The black-haired man lies inside a glowing VR capsule, contemplating the risky re-rolling process. In the high-stakes game world, powerful stats determine who survives the Academy's brutal challenges. Dark news reports warn of gamers dying from re-rolling, but the man remains unfazed. After 10,000 re-rolls, a violent surge of electricity consumes the man within the capsule. A quick, sharp tack sounds as the brown-haired woman slams her glass down in shock. Over a meal, she warns that his obsession is lethal, though he dismisses her fears. He defends his preference for high-damage avatars, even if they are hyper-masculine and sweaty. She asks if he would play a pitiful girl for damage, casting a dark, unsettling shadow. A sudden, crackling surge of energy signals a catastrophic failure as a final warning echoes. Sweat beads on the man's face, while blinding blue bolts of power tear through him. A voice cold as ice confirms his death as his consciousness fades into the digital abyss. A sudden gasp escapes the blonde-haired girl as her blue eyes snap open in shock. She sits up in a sun-drenched medieval bedroom, looking around the unfamiliar room in total confusion. Staring out at the bright morning light, she realizes she survived the fatal re-roll encounter. A blue system window appears, announcing the start of a tutorial event and a father's letter. She eyes a red ribbon-tied package on the nightstand, prompted by the system to investigate. It dawns on her that she has been isekai'd into the very luck-based game she played. Examining her small hands, she reels from the physical transformation into this new young identity. A note on the gift reveals her new name is Oknoti, a literal plea to live. She stares at the bizarre name in utter disbelief, questioning the luck of her new situation. Horror washes over her as her past words about not dying come back to haunt her. Frustrated, she scratches her head, lamenting the unfairness of being stuck in a random chance world. She quickly reconsiders, hoping that luck might offer an easier path than a strength-based grind. A glowing display shows that beating this academy requires a balance of luck, brainpower, and ability. Reaching for the red parcel, she remembers that re-rolling was the only way to influence fate. She fruitlessly shouts game commands into the air, hoping to trigger a status window or logout. Standing alone in the quiet room, she realizes there are no menus in this real world. Collapsing to the floor, she mourns her loss of the muscular avatars she used to command. Memories of the brown-haired woman's question about playing a short, helpless girl resurface with irony. She cringes, remembering how she eagerly agreed to play any character for the sake of damage. Her attention shifts to a large, dark pouch on the floor, representing her new father's allowance. Kneeling by the furniture, she acknowledges that the game's script is playing out exactly as remembered. The first checkpoint arrives, where her new father's social standing will be determined by random chance. Images of potential lives as a farmer, hunter, or squire flash through her mind like cards. She shudders at the thought of a death ending triggered by expulsion from the prestigious academy. Clasping the pouch tightly, she desperately prays to avoid being an orphan in this cruel world. Her eyes sparkle with hope as she notices the unexpected, heavy weight of the dark bag. Peering inside, she finds a hoard of shimmering gold coins that glint in the sunlight. Her eyes turn to stars as she realizes 100 gold coins signify a noble father's wealth. She raises the pouch in triumph, cheering for a guaranteed path toward a happy ending. Humming a cheerful tune, she prepares to unwrap the mysterious red package on the table. The box reveals a dazzling collection of jewelry that likely holds powerful hidden magical artifacts. She licks her lips in greedy anticipation, excited by the high-value support items her father provided. Pulling a small silver whistle from the gift, she wonders about the purpose of this second item. She unfolds a parchment letter with a skeptical expression, curious about her noble father's personal message. Reading the short note, she feels a slight chill from the father's apparent lack of affection. Her disappointment is short-lived as she hugs her gold-filled pouch with a blissful, rosy-cheeked grin. She tosses the letter aside, deciding that money is far more important than a warm relationship. A vision of her stern father warns her to avoid complex, noble family drama and quests. Closing her eyes with a satisfied smile, she embraces the idea of a distant, wealthy father. The blonde-haired girl excitedly prepares to test a support item found within her new father's red parcel. A piercing whistle blast signals a magical activation as the system describes an automatic supply-delivering NPC butler. Towering, ornate double doors manifest from a swirl of purple energy, responding to the girl's high-stakes summons. Heavy, methodical footsteps echo through the hallway as a tall figure in formal attire approaches through the mist. A black-suited butler bows low, explaining that the small silver whistle is the primary tool for summoning him. The butler possesses a sharp gaze, a monocle, and a perfectly groomed mustache, exuding an air of professional discipline. Examining the whistle closely, the girl wonders what kind of utility this new companion will provide for her. Standing at attention, the butler waits for his new mistress to issue her first command in the hallway. Feeling slightly overwhelmed, the blonde-haired girl asks for the man's name while assessing his formidable, dark presence. Jonah Wyamhai introduces himself as his eyes flash with a violet, supernatural light, revealing a hidden, dangerous power. Panic sets in for the girl as she realizes her new butler looks more like a high-ranking mafia enforcer. She sighs in frustration, lamenting the game's tendency to give characters such bizarre and intimidating identities through chance. Awkwardly waving her hands, she quickly requests a hand mirror to change the subject from his terrifying appearance. She tries to find a silver lining, hoping her name's literal meaning of survival will hold true here. A sudden gasp escapes her as the butler suddenly produces the requested mirror with lightning-fast, efficient movements. Jonah presents a decorative hand mirror with a deep bow, his actions reflecting a lifetime of perfect servitude. Her initial thought is a shallow one, simply admiring the aesthetic of the young girl reflecting back at her. Looking in the mirror, she studies her youthful features and prepares to question Jonah about her father's plans. Jonah delivers a stern message from his master, informing her of the mandatory requirement to enter the academy. Confused, she tilts her head and questions why he refers to her father as master instead of papa. Jonah justifies the move by pointing out the dusty, cobweb-filled state of her current, neglected living quarters. She ponders the contradiction of being a noble's daughter while living in such a rundown and shabby room. Jonah adjusts his monocle with a judging look, seemingly unimpressed by the girl's lack of proper noble poise. Panicking, she frantically tries to stop him from speaking further, embarrassed by his apparent pity for her situation. Jonah places a hand over his heart, looking genuinely sorrowful for the girl's seemingly tragic and impoverished circumstances. She screams in protest, insisting he has the wrong idea, while the scene shifts to the massive estate exterior. A vast, sunlit training hall filled with armor stands represents the game's brutal pre-entrance preparation system. Now dressed in a green hoodie, the girl follows Jonah through the stone corridor toward her first trial. Dark memories of past game failures haunt her, recalling how most players fail the Academy's first ruthless mission. She shudders, remembering the pain of being betrayed by untrustworthy NPC party members in her previous game playthroughs. The trauma of losing everything to a single, unlucky betrayal event flashes through her mind as a warning. Walking through the opulent halls, she compliments the facilities her master father has maintained for her training. She is stunned to learn that these expensive training grounds are managed specifically for her entrance exam annually. Jonah ponders her strange behavior while she internally panics about the location of her discarded hand mirror. Jonah points toward a nearby room, assuring her the mirror is safely stored where she can easily find it. The butler's monocle glows with a sinister light as he watches the girl, looking like a calculated hitman. The scene shifts to a quiet, sunlit dining area where the next part of her training day will unfold. Standing before a reflective surface, the girl flexes her arms, inspecting the physical strength of her new body. She laments being a skinny kid without a hint of muscle, missing her previously powerful, muscular game avatars. Covering her face with a small hand, she admits that she is at least remarkably pretty for this world. Reality sinks in as she looks up at Jonah, fully accepting her current identity as a small child. Jonah calls her out for acting tough and mocks her obsession with mirrors, leading to an awkward standoff. He suggests they go eat, causing the girl's eyes to sparkle with pure, gluttonous joy at the mention. Humming a happy tune, she skips toward the dining hall, while Jonah follows with a watchful, silent gaze. Jonah assumes she's never eaten well before, as a system window introduces the game's powerful collection feature. A display of rare ingredients confirms that collecting recipes will permanently boost her stats, skills, and drop rates. She pushes open the dining room doors, eager to start collecting recipes to secure her future academy success. She knows time is a precious resource as she marches toward the entrance exam with newfound, greedy determination. Suddenly, she stops in her tracks, her blue eyes wide with surprise, as she notices something unexpected. To avoid the risks of random chance, she begins crawling across the floor, focusing on slow skill progression. Oknodi's eyes glow with blue light as a system window rewards her for hiding under a table. Successive notifications pop up, granting stealth experience for concealing herself in various spots throughout the room. Crouching low, Oknodi realizes she must grind these basic skills early to survive encounters with elite bosses. Jonah discovers her hiding inside a large wooden barrel, questioning her odd behavior while she makes excuses. The butler looms over the girl with a judging expression as she awkwardly climbs out of the barrel. Oknodi frantically insists she isn't weird, while Jonah watches her with a suspicious, gold-eyed gaze. A lavish feast appears on the dining table, prompting a gasp of shock from the hungry girl. Oknodi licks her lips in anticipation, eager to dive into the spread of meat, bread, and soup. She devours the meal with savage intensity, her movements a blur as she stuffs her face. Jonah watches from the side, looking slightly disturbed by his young mistress's lack of table manners. A system display explains that eating 10 different common grade dishes unlocks a permanent collection bonus. Realizing that speed is the key to efficiency, Oknodi doubles down on her gluttonous pace. She focuses entirely on filling her cooking collection, while Jonah observes her with a silent, stoic expression. Jonah lets out a small sound of surprise as he watches the small girl continue her relentless eating. With her eyes sparkling, Oknodi announces her intent to begin strength training to further her growth. She smiles with newfound determination, eager to tackle the game's first official training event. Now dressed in a tracksuit, Oknodi stands alongside her butler in a vast outdoor arena. Jonah instructs her to run as many laps as possible, emphasizing endurance over raw speed. Ognodi strikes a confident pose, mentally preparing herself to push the limits of her new body. A sudden, sharp pain jolts through her head as she begins to exert herself, causing her to stagger. Jonah asks if she is all right, but she quickly dismisses the headache with a forced, cheerful smile. A glowing system window officially initiates the first training event as Jonah watches the girl closely. A screen notes that this specialized training is a luxury only wealthy, noble children can afford. Ognodi pulls a gold coin from her pouch and offers it to Jonah as a training fee. Memories of her past life's struggles surface, reminding her of the grueling work required to earn money. Jonah stares blankly at the coin, looking completely bewildered by her sudden attempt to pay him. He politely refuses the money, reminding her that he is her butler and his service is mandatory. Ognodi celebrates her small financial victory, while Jonah watches her with a look of pure, deadpan exhaustion. Shouting her farewell, she takes off down the track with a burst of manic, greedy energy. Jonah watches her run, wondering if she has ever experienced kindness without expecting a price. Ognodi pushes forward, reflecting on the lack of status menus and the necessity of physical struggle. Jonah eventually calls a halt to the exercise, much to Ognodi's relief as she stands panting. The butler approaches with a towel, prepared to move on to the next phase of her instruction. He praises her stamina, noting that the ability to outrun trouble is a vital skill for her. Jonah mentions that standard quests often involve hunting monsters or chasing down criminals in the streets. They enter a room filled with various arms, and Jonah tells her to pick a suitable weapon. Ognodi draws a heavy sword, testing the weight as Jonah stands at attention behind her. She explores the armory, eventually grabbing a bow and preparing to choose her final tools. Ognodi announces she will take 3 items: a sword, a bow, and a glowing magical wand. Jonah identifies the wand and questions her choice, while Ognodi looks back with a smug, knowing grin. The two engage in a brief, chibi-styled argument about her familiarity with magical artifacts and weapons. Ognodi feels incredibly proud of her perceived talent, basking in the sparkle of her new equipment. Jonah suddenly grabs her shoulders, demanding to know if she has experience with dangerous street work. Startled by his sudden proximity and intensity, Ognodi quickly denies any involvement in shady activities. Jonah's expression turns stern as he urges her to be honest about her mysterious past knowledge. A vision of her past life as a muscular warrior undergoing medical testing flashes through her mind. Jonah warns her that learning spells from unregulated street mages is a path to certain disaster. Ognodi tries to deflect his suspicion by claiming she learned her skills at a proper academy. Jonah's eyes flash with a red light as he prepares to depart for a private errand. He orders her to continue self-training until his return, leaving Ognodi panicked and reaching after him. Ognodi finds herself alone in a quiet room, bewildered by the sudden absence of her butler. She prays for forgiveness, offering a silent apology to a random street mage from her past life. A vision of a defeated mage flashes by, reminding her of a previous encounter involving a poisonous addiction potion. Deep in the night, Jonah sits at a desk, diligently writing a letter by the warm glow of candlelight. Jonah reflects on his identity, noting that his current name is a departure from his original forgotten past. Memories of his former life as a muscular warrior surface, contrasting with his current role as a refined butler. Adjusting his monocle, Jonah ponders his master's keen eye for talent regarding the young girl's unexpected abilities. Ognodi demonstrates her natural brilliance with a blade, her form radiating with intense, magical energy during her practice. While holding his quill, Jonah acknowledges her incredible talent, but remains cautious about the source of her knowledge. Seeking a new hiding spot, Oknodi precariously climbs a massive chandelier, oblivious to the potential danger. Jonah discovers her hiding in a barrel again, leading to an awkward explanation about her strange survival tactics. She continues her gluttonous routine, devouring bread with an intensity that leaves Jonah questioning her upbringing and refinement. Holding her hand mirror, Oknodi questions the butler about her father, seemingly forgetting any prior deals or arrangements. Jonah's expression sharpens as he senses a shift in the atmosphere, his gaze fixed on a sudden movement. Standing in the dark, Jonah draws a glowing sword, his silhouette illuminated by a flash of blue light. A bead of sweat rolls down Jonah's face as he observes his mistress's increasingly erratic and mysterious behavior. Oknodi sneaks through the darkened corridors, using her newly practiced stealth to move silently toward the outdoors. Under the moonlight, she balances on a stone ledge, moving with the agility of a trained rogue. Searching the grounds, Oknodi mutters to herself while Jonah watches from the shadows, confused by her nightly activities. She rejoices after spotting a glowing object on the ground, her face lighting up with pure, ecstatic joy. Jonah observes her from a distance, wondering if she is simply trying to collect pretty stones in the dark. Without hesitation, Oknodi tosses the glowing rock into her mouth and prepares to swallow it whole. Jonah's mind shattered, panic-stricken, lunges through the air toward her, screaming for her to stop before it's too late. He grabs Oknodi's face with both hands, demanding to know what she thinks she is doing. Jonah frantically orders her to spit it out, while Oknodi wonders how he found her so quickly. With a distinct swallowing sound, the girl successfully ingests the stone, despite the butler's desperate intervention. A system notification confirms she used a stat stone, granting her a permanent increase to a random attribute. A floating window explains that these rare stones appear randomly, rewarding those fast enough to find them. Jonah asks why she swallowed a rock, but she coyly keeps her game knowledge a secret from him. Oknodi realizes Jonah thinks she is losing her mind, while he looks at her with deep, silent pity. She offers a silent apology to Jonah, knowing she can't explain the game's mechanics to a mere NPC. Oknodi dramatically claims her very survival depends on eating the stones, her eyes sparkling with exaggerated desperation. A heavy thud sounds as Jonah is left speechless, completely broken by her nonsensical and bizarre justification. Oknodi resolves to continue her training in secret whenever the butler isn't watching her closely. Jonah suggests they return inside, and she happily agrees, masking her true intentions with a bright smile. As they walk, Jonah's monocle glows with a cold light, while Oknodi shudders, sensing his growing suspicion. Jonah follows her back, continuing to worry about her stealthy movements and seemingly deteriorating mental state. He concludes that her strange behavior is a sign of mental instability, pitying her struggle with social reality. Jonah determines that she needs specialized training, deciding to request a professional assassin instructor for her benefit. Later at dinner, Oknodi sits at a grand table, looking completely drained of energy from her secret training. Her hands shake as she struggles to lift her fork, wondering why her body feels so incredibly heavy. A sharp crack sounds as she accidentally breaks her plate with her fork, demonstrating her uncontrolled physical strength. Oknodi stares at the damage in shock, unable to comprehend her own newfound, raw power. Jonah steps in to take the broken plate, while she continues to question the strange changes in her body. She envisions herself as a muscular titan, realizing her training has made her far stronger than she anticipated. Hearing a crash, Jonah assumes she is simply weak and clumsy, labeling her as frail in his mind. Jonah concludes that her inability to control her body is a sign of frailty, much to Oknoti's inward frustration. Oknoti ponders if her current body has a negative trait that requires constant, grueling effort just to survive. Jonah begins to feed her personally, treating her like a helpless child as Oknoti watches in stunned silence. A fork laden with pasta is offered with an encouraging sound, signaling that the next meal has begun. Jonah continues to dutifully feed Oknoti, who accepts the food while he maintains his professional and stoic demeanor. Oknoti leans into her frail girl persona, enjoying the attentive care as Jonah serves her with clockwork precision. Approaching footsteps echo through the hall as a polite greeting for Miss Oknoti breaks the quiet dinner atmosphere. A green-haired maid named Leaf Life introduces herself, assigned as Oknoti's personal caretaker from this day forward. Oknoti freezes in surprise at the newcomer, while Jonah pauses his feeding duties to acknowledge his mistress's reaction. Analyzing their names, Oknoti feels a surge of envy toward the maid's more poetic-sounding title compared to hers. Shaking off her weird thoughts, Oknoti returns to her meal, as Jonah continues his diligent service without hesitation. Leaf Life watches with an unreadable and sharp gaze, her intense presence adding a new layer of tension. Switching to her training tracksuit, Oknoti swings a wooden sword with determination, her shouts filling the practice area. Jonah and the new maid observe the girl's training from a distance, both remaining silent as she exerts herself. Leaf Life clarifies she is acting as a secret bodyguard, careful not to reveal her true identity to Oknoti. Sinking into suspicion, Oknoti senses something is off about the new maid, though Jonah tries to regain her attention. Leaf Life reflects on her past as an assassin named Reaped Life, saved and renamed by her mysterious boss. A memory surfaces of the day a silhouetted man took in the young, abandoned girl, changing her fate forever. Now a lethal weapon, Leaf Life stands ready, her name embodying both her salvation and her deadly secret purpose. Leaf Life informs Jonah that her evaluation of Oknoti's instincts has only just begun, despite a flash of intuition. Jonah delegates the final judgment to Leaf Life, who accepts the responsibility with cold and unwavering confidence. The two servants watch their mistress closely, though Jonah appears slightly baffled by Oknoti's unconventional training methods. Leaf Life wonders if Jonah's cautious behavior stems from a previous incident involving another young lady in the past. Sensing a boundary being crossed, Jonah sharply interrupts Leaf Life, demanding she cease her line of questioning immediately. Jonah's expression turns truly terrifying as he reminds Leaf Life to focus solely on the mistress, not his actions. Trembling under the butler's overwhelming pressure, Leaf Life clutches her throat, realizing the true depths of Jonah's power. Unaware of the tension, Oknoti asks about her schedule, and Jonah calmly confirms that training begins this very day. Jonah issues a final order for Leaf Life not to interfere with the girl's regimen as she bows obediently. As Jonah walks away, Leaf Life watches him depart with a mixture of lingering fear and deep professional respect. Leaf Life worries that overprotecting Oknoti will bring disaster, regardless of how much talent the young girl possesses. Sparring with Oknoti, Jonah remains mindful that their organization is not forgiving enough to overlook mistakes for very long. Leaf Life maintains her silent vigil, staring down at the scene as the shadow of the organization looms nearby. Oknoti fails a stealth attempt in a laundry basket, leading to an awkward explanation, while a system window mocks her. Despite the constant surveillance, Oknoti admits the new maid is occasionally useful for her secret attribute grinding sessions. Scaling a tree grants Oknoti's stealth experience, though she notes that the risk of failure remains frustratingly high. During dinner, Aknodi gags on a strange flavor, prompting a quick and humble apology from a concerned Jonah. Jonah offers to dispose of the offending dish, but Aknodi is puzzled by the sudden, drastic change in taste. Feeling bad for the butler's hard work, Aknodi insists on eating the meal despite the questionable and bitter flavors. Jonah is visibly moved by his mistress's unexpected kindness, his eyes softening as he watches her continue to eat. Aknodi continues her meal, wondering why Jonah is looking at her with such an oddly emotional and intense expression. A system notification confirms Aknodi's poison resistance has increased, revealing the true nature of the weird-tasting dinner. Leaf Life leans in to whisper a secret observation to Jonah while they both keep watch over their mistress. Leaf Life offers a sweet strawberry candy to cleanse Aknodi's palate, earning a bright and grateful response. The two bond over candy flavors, with Aknodi eagerly accepting a grape-flavored treat from her new personal maid. Aknodi's eyes sparkle with joy as Leaf Life promises to bake special cookies for her later that afternoon. Aknodi secretly gloats about using the maid to boost her stats, while the servants discuss her incredible natural talent. Leaf Life reports that Aknodi knowingly ate the poisoned food, assuming the girl's training is progressing at record speeds. Jonah reacts with shock, concluding that Aknodi must have endured a brutal life on the streets to gain resilience. Pondering the criminal elements in the city, Jonah suspects a rival organization is targeting Aknodi for unknown reasons. Jonah's eyes glow with murderous intent as he orders Leaf Life to investigate and eliminate any threats to Aknodi. Night falls over the grand estate as the title card marks the end of a pivotal chapter in Aknodi's journey. Aknodi begins a nightly sneak mission, relieved that for once, nobody seems to be watching her every move. Feeling like a professional rogue, Aknodi celebrates her freedom, unaware that Jonah's watchful eye is never truly far away. Aknodi walks through the dark streets, contemplating how defeating a city gang could boost her limited funds. Horror strikes as Aknodi discovers a pile of bodies lying in the blood-stained shadows of the alley. A wet sound echoes as Aknodi carefully steps around the corpses, her expression unreadable in the moonlight. A heavy thud sounds as Aknodi opens a hidden vault, revealing a dazzling hoard of stacked gold bars. While gathering coins, Aknodi senses an ominous event, noting the attackers clearly weren't interested in the vast fortune. Concerned about the unfolding mystery, Aknodi decides to retreat and head home before her absence is noticed. The scene shifts to the silent mansion standing tall under the cold, glowing light of the full moon. Aknodi jumps in shock as the door suddenly swings open, a bright sound startling her in the quiet hall. Leaf Life greets her mistress with a calm and knowing smile, her presence appearing almost out of thin air. Questioned about her late-night activity, Aknodi awkwardly claims she was just taking a simple walk to clear her head. Leaf Life notes the scent of blood before leading Aknodi away, her pleasant expression masking any lingering suspicion. Awakening with a start, Aknodi stares into the darkness, her mind racing with confusion about how she returned. A soft sizzle sounds as Leaf Life lights a candle, looking down at the girl with a serene gaze. Leaf Life claims Aknodi had a nightmare, but the girl remains wary of her maid's strange nighttime behavior. Sensing a faint haze, Aknodi suspects she inhaled sleep gas, wondering if the nightmare was real or induced. As consciousness slips away, Aknodi's eyes narrow, her thoughts lingering on the mystery as a dark shadow descends. Leaf Life watches the sleeping girl, regretting that she allowed herself to be tailed despite her professional training. A system window describes Aknodi as perfect assassin material, envisioning her as a lethal warrior cloaked in shadow. Leaf Life determines that Oknadi requires special training to hone her natural talents and ensure her safety. A month later, Oknodi eats quietly as Jonah and Leaf Life note the conclusion of her intense training period. A sharp sound echoes as Oknodi slams her hand down, a notification confirming her training efficiency has normalized. Feeling a surge of raw power, Oknodi smirks, realizing her secret grinding has made her incredibly strong. Jonah addresses Oknodi while she continues her meal, her mind fixed on surpassing the standards of the upcoming academy. A decorative frame displays the Grand Academy, a place where the world's most talented youth gather to compete. Jonah explains the difficulty of the entrance qualification tests, while Oknodi dismissively claims to already know the details. Oknodi reflects on the steep costs of information and training, justifying the dangerous back alley jobs she undertook. A detailed map marks the locations of 3 examiners, highlighting the different tiers of entrance tickets available. Jonah asks which path she chooses as Oknodi giggles confidently, her eyes sparking with hidden, ambitious intent. Turning with a bright smile, Oknodi boldly chooses to face the senior examiner for the most valuable reward. Surprised by her confidence, Jonah unrolls a scroll, while Leaf Life maintains her silent, watchful position behind him. Jonah asks if she will regret her bold choice, but Oknodi confirms her decision with a playful grin. Envisioning a rare ticket, Oknodi dismisses the lower-level challenges as a total waste of time for a pro. With a serious expression, Oknodi demands to know the exact location of the senior examiner to begin her mission. Jonah reveals the examiner is at the legendary Garden of the Gods, located on a massive mountain peak. Oknodi silently acknowledges that the butler and maid have significantly improved her combat and stealth skills. Jonah reminds her that magic wand skills are sealed, and Oknodi playfully accepts the restriction before they depart. Outside the grand iron gates, a horse-drawn carriage waits to take Oknodi toward her next dangerous trial. Jonah warns that the senior examiner won't be easy, while Oknodi leads the way with a cheerful, determined skip. Questioned about her light luggage, Oknodi gives a firm nod, confident that she has everything necessary for survival. Blushing furiously, Oknodi adamantly refuses to bring any childhood toys or cute accessories on her serious journey. Leaf Life claps her hands in delight as Oknodi offers a grateful thanks to her attentive personal maid. Jonah prepares to depart, his expression professional and stoic as they begin the long journey to the mountains. Oknodi looks back with a sweet and innocent smile, maintaining her role as a high society lady perfectly. The carriage rolls through a bustling city square as Oknodi suggests taking a short break from the travel. Stepping outside, Oknodi stretches and notes that traveling in real life is much slower than in a game. Leaf Life asks for Oknodi's approval of the stop, while the girl looks back with a confused, questioning glance. A sharp sound rings out as Jonah gestures toward a nearby shop, catching Oknodi's attention with his request. Jonah explains he needs a photograph for a report, leaving Oknodi stunned by the mention of such technology. Oknodi grumbles about the high cost of magic devices, realizing how magic has effectively stunted scientific innovation. Staring at a massive, complex camera, Oknodi suggests a simple hand-painted portrait would be significantly more affordable. Jonah clears his throat, preparing to reveal a surprise that Oknodi is definitely not going to enjoy. The servants present a frilly pink dress, the ultimate weapon against Oknodi's dignity and tomboyish nature. A sharp ping sounds as Oknodi recoils in disgust at the sight of the overly adorable outfit. Leaf Life and Jonah clasp their hands, pleading for Oknodi to cooperate with the photo session just this once. Clad in ribbons and lace, Oknodi stands in stunned silence, deeply regretting her decision to wear the dress. The local photographer is caught off guard by the arrival of the distinctive and well-dressed trio. Assuming they are family, the photographer asks if they want a group portrait, embarrassing the group further. Jonah urges the man to be quick while a blushing Oknoti trembles with intense social discomfort. Back in her travel gear, Oknoti cringes while looking at the family photo they just took. A flamboyant bard appears, strumming his lute and filling the air with colorful musical notes. Shocked, Oknoti watches as the minstrel dedicates an impromptu song to her supposed adorable nature. The bard's creepy song title and wink send a shiver of pure dread down Oknoti's spine. A chilling aura erupts as Jonah and Leaflife loom behind Oknoti with glowing, murderous eyes. They arrive at the town square, where signs proclaim the age restrictions for meeting the senior examiner. Oknoti's eyes widen in alarm as she realizes hundreds of people are also vying for the test. The persistent bard reappears at her side, noting the immense popularity of the upcoming ticket exams. Annoyed, Ognati points out the bard is clearly too old to be participating in the trials. The bard drops to one knee, prepared to deliver a dramatic and unwanted speech to the girl. With a sleazy grin and sparkling eyes, the minstrel turns up the charm to an insufferable level. He claims he's there to cheer her on, while the servant's rage reaches a literal boiling point. A violent crash sounds as justice is served to the wandering minstrel with a single heavy strike. Sporting a fresh black eye, the bard cheerfully bids them farewell as he prepares to head inside. The minstrel flees while blowing kisses, leaving a bewildered Oknoti watching him skip away into the distance. Relieved by the silence, Oknoti notices Leaflife suddenly turning away with a cold, focused expression. Leaflife announces she has business to attend to, leaving the group to handle the next steps. Feeling vulnerable, Oknoti nervously asks if they can all remain together instead of splitting up. A hand grips cloth tightly as a voice mumbles enviously about a lucky guy nearby. Jonah leads Oknoti away, sternly warning her to avoid interacting with strange wandering minstrels. Oknoti pouts as Jonah chides her for being too generous with her affection toward random strangers. Angered by the accusation, Oknoti's face turns bright red as she shouts her protest. Jonah calmly threatens to restrict her social life if she continues to be so friendly with outsiders. Jonah is visibly shaken when Oknoti reminds him that their time together isn't permanent. Panic sets in as Oknoti discovers the line for the entrance exam stretches as far as the eye can see. A crowd gathers around the academy sign, confirming the wait time for the exam will be astronomical. Leaflife returns from the crowd, presenting Oknoti with a number slip for her place in line. Jonah offers to wait for a week in her stead, but Oknoti firmly rejects the idea. Her refusal leaves the servants confused as she declares she won't waste a single week standing around. A confident smile spreads across Oknoti's face as she hatches a plan to bypass the long wait. Oknoti sets a table and challenges the crowd to an arm wrestling match for a gold coin. A challenger accepts, wagering his superior position. The crowd roars with excitement as everyone rushes forward to take advantage of the easy win. A system window pings, officially initiating the arm wrestling event and tracking Oknoti's progress. Oknoti realizes that player-initiated events are the perfect way to grind reputation and solve her problems. Smirking, she watches her first opponent approach, knowing her hidden stats are far higher than they appear. Jonah prepares to judge the match as Oknoti and the large man lock hands over the table. The signal sounds, and the first bout of the high-stakes arm wrestling tournament begins. The man strains until his face turns red, but Oknoti remains unmoved and perfectly serene. With a sharp sound, Oknoti effortlessly slams the man's arm down, winning the match in seconds. Smug and ready for more, Oknoti calls out for the next challenger to step up to the table. The man's hand glows with red strain as Oknoti remains perfectly calm during their intense arm wrestling bout. Slam! Oknoti finishes the match instantly, pinning her opponent's hand to the table with overwhelming physical power. Disbelief washes over the crowd as a man weeps, stunned by the small girl's incredible and unexpected strength. Standing atop the table, Oknoti confidently asks if there are any other challengers left in the massive crowd. Oknoti glows with pride while her loyal servants, Jonah and Leaflife, applaud her hard-earned combat prowess. Memories of her 30-day training marathon flash by, showing her mastering swordsmanship, archery, and martial arts stats. Clenching her fist, Oknoti reflects on the Dummy Destroyer and Sandbag Smasher titles she earned through intense grinding. With a triumphant shout, Oknoti celebrates achieving a strength stat of 29, far beyond any normal child's reach. The crowd whispers in awe, debating if the rich young lady is using a secret mana enhancement technique. A man encourages the crowd to place their final bets, eager to capitalize on Oknoti's incredible winning streak. Gold coins rain down as people bet on the girl, while others desperately hope her next opponent wins. Clink! A massive bag of gold overflows, prompting someone to call out for their boss in excitement. The gambler smiles broadly at Oknoti, asking if she is his new lucky charm after his huge winnings. Oknoti offers a half-seas split of the profits, leaving the gambler sweating as he realizes she's onto him. Turning into a literal demon, Oknoti threatens to report him for using a delicate girl as a gambling tool. The man bows in apology while Jonah and Leaflife applaud Oknoti's ruthless and effective negotiation tactics. A huge crowd of test-takers gathers, with the focus shifting toward a mysterious, shadowed figure standing among them. A sharp ping sounds as a blue system window appears, causing Oknoti to react with confusion and surprise. Searching the crowd, Oknoti wonders who the PSP mentioned in the notification is, while her servants look on. Wind blows past a serious Oknoti as she stands among the aspirants, her blue eyes scanning for the examiner. The trio looks thoroughly unimpressed by the slow pace of the line, their expressions radiating pure, unadulterated boredom. Whining about the endless wait, Oknoti wonders when it will finally be her turn to enter the exam. Jonah notes that she showed off too much strength yesterday, scaring away any potential challengers or line-skipping opportunities. Oknoti's eyes widen in shock as a massive, imposing figure suddenly appears right in front of her. Taps on a shoulder signal the arrival of a huge challenger who towers over the rest of the crowd. A beast-like man with orange fur and glowing eyes challenges Oknoti to a round of arm wrestling. The beast man offers a gold coin reward, but Oknoti ignores him completely with a playful, mocking chant. Plugging her ears, Oknoti refuses to arm wrestle the monster, claiming the physical match would be absolutely insane. The beast man flexes his enormous arms, a system message estimating his raw strength stat at over 40. Jonah steps in, firmly declining the match due to the massive size difference between Oknoti and the beastly warrior. The beast man acknowledges her past victories, admitting he was impressed to see such a tiny girl defeat everyone. Sparks of static energy fly as Jonah and the Beastman exchange a tense, silent look of mutual respect. Scratching his head, the Beastman ponders what to do next after being rejected by the talented young miss. The massive warrior walks away from the group, his heavy footsteps echoing as Oknoti watches him leave. Approaching another test-taker, the Beastman asks what is going on with the sudden disruption in the line. Holding a single gold coin, the Beast Man prepares to show off his own brand of quick-handed trickery. Swish! His hands move in a dizzying blur as he performs a high-speed shell game with his fists. The Beast Man challenges a nervous onlooker to guess which hand holds the coin, displaying his unexpected dexterity. Boing! He opens his hand to reveal he was too fast to catch, surprising the participant with his speed. A spark of inspiration hits Oknoti as she watches the Beast Man's clever method of engaging with the crowd. Rushing forward, Oknoti stops a man and proposes a brand new kind of bet that doesn't involve wrestling. With a confident grin, Oknoti holds out a gold coin, challenging the crowd to a fair game of chance. Ta-da! Oknoti reveals her empty hands to a shocked Leaflife, successfully using her quick hands to win. A brown-haired man watches from a distance, smiling as he observes the girl's clever and adaptive social strategy. Leaflife holds a number slip, while Oknoti's new game successfully lowers the entry barrier for the waiting crowd. One man points out Oknoti's surprising composure, while Giselle listens intently to the gossip among the participants. A system window identifies the observer as Giselle, a professional ticket hunter who is very interested in the girl. Lightning crackles as the Beast Man notes her speed, but Oknoti cheekily retorts that he's slower than the old guy. A gatekeeper announces a group reservation for 5 is admitted, finally allowing Oknoti's team to approach the exam. Cheering with her arm raised, Oknoti celebrates beating the massive waiting line in only 2 days of work. Sunset colors the sky over the Academy Inn as a new day begins in the quiet, mountain-bound valley. Oknoti enjoys a bowl of apple walnut oatmeal, while Jonah questions her repetitive and extremely specific food choices. A sudden hand reaching toward her interrupts Oknoti's meal, catching the young girl completely by surprise at the table. The wandering minstrel reappears with a sparkly grin, asking if Oknoti successfully secured her own entrance into the exam. Floating flower effects surround the bard as he boasts about entering the Academy grounds just yesterday without any delay. With a theatrical wink, the minstrel reveals he is present as an official performer, rather than a standard guest. Musical notes swirl around the bard while he demonstrates his artistic flair with a graceful and rhythmic hand gesture. Oknoti contemplates the bard's supposedly low-tier profession, while Jonah tells her not to acknowledge the man's presence any further. Tipping his hat, the bard asks the group if they have arrived specifically for the upcoming ticket examination. Leaning in close, the bard whispers a crucial hint about the examiner appearing on the first floor every hour. Oknoti realizes that observing the specific interactions between Michael and the innkeeper is the intended key to the exam. Bidding a cheerful farewell, the bard skips away toward the exit, while a bewildered Oknoti watches him go. Reaching the outside air, the man exhales a relieved whew after successfully maintaining his eccentric and theatrical disguise. The bard sheds his costume, revealing his true identity as Senior Examiner Lord Michael, who has discovered an interesting gem. Reverting to his long-haired form, Michael grumbles about the lack of gourmet food available at the local establishment. Michael attempts to order rare delicacies, but the innkeeper repeatedly informs him that they are entirely out of stock. Jonah alerts Oknoti that the examiner has already set the challenge, triggering a blue system window for Michael's ticket event. A detailed system notification explains that players must use the broken dialogue of the NPCs to pass the exam. Oknoti stares at the blue screen with a bored expression, quickly processing the simple mechanics of the secret challenge. Dismissing any worries, Oknoti tells her servants she has a plan, while Lord Michael observes her from the bar. Narrative boxes explain that the necessary honey and ice ingredients are hidden deep within the treacherous layers of the mountain. Oknoti yawns as she ponders why anyone would bother taking the difficult path of manual ingredient gathering. A massive beast man questions the innkeeper about trading monster sap for food, eager to start the combat challenge. The crowd whispers in shock as the beast man walks away alone to tackle the dangerous fourth mountain layer solo. A brown-haired man approaches Oknodi and asks which rare ingredient she plans to hunt to pass the exam. Oknodi smirks while Jonah looms protectively behind her, claiming she hasn't given up despite having no specific target. With a confident look, Oknodi challenges the idea that there is only one way to clear the entrance exam. The brown-haired man gestures toward the crowd, assuming the girl plans to do something the average participant would never dare. Smiling mysteriously, the man claims to have his own secret methods, while Oknodi looks on with sudden curiosity. 2 days pass as sunlight illuminates the busy inn, signaling the arrival of a significant and long-awaited delivery. Carts filled with heavy crates rumble into the courtyard as workers announce the arrival of the requested goods. The brown-haired man checks his inventory list with a pleasant smile, instructing the delivery men to take a break. The waiting crowd erupts in confusion and awe as they witness the massive stockpile of supplies being delivered. Recognition spreads through the aspirants as someone identifies the handsome man as Giselle, the famous trending merchant. Tapping his clipboard with a quick clack, Giselle remains perfectly composed as he prepares to finalize his grand business transaction. Giselle offers to trade the rare items for a massive stack of tickets, while Lord Michael watches from the background. A pair of dark boots step forward as the senior examiner approaches to verify the legitimacy of the merchant's trade. Michael reviews the merchant's documentation, noting the sheer volume of high-quality ingredients provided for the inn's menu. The examiner confirms that the contestant has provided enough for 32 menu items, a record-breaking achievement. A thick stack of examination tickets changes hands, while the surrounding participants watch the transaction in absolute disbelief. Oknodi peeks out from behind a doorway, her blue eyes wide with excitement at the sight of the tickets. Giselle offers to sell Oknodi a ticket, but his expression shifts as he quotes a high gold price. A digital flashback reveals Giselle's original in-game appearance as a hooded figure holding up a glowing ticket. Oknodi reacts with comical shock at the steep 10 gold price tag for a single bronze-tier entrance ticket. Leaning in, Oknodi tells the merchant she has no interest in buying tickets and wants something else entirely. A secret whisper passes between Oknodi and the merchant, leaving the experienced businessman looking visibly stunned by her proposal. The scene shifts to the training grounds where Oknodi and Jonah run together under Giselle's watchful eye. Giselle reflects on the 5 days he spent observing the girl's strange and calculated behavior at the inn. Jonah explains that simple running is no longer efficient for her training, given Oknodi's already overwhelming physical stats. Drawing small daggers, Jonah announces a new dodging drill to force the girl to improve her evasion skills. Jonah outlines the strict training rules, while Oknodi prepares to test her agility in the open courtyard. Whoosh! Oknodi moves like a blur, successfully dodging Jonah's rapid-fire calls to strike her arms and legs. Giselle breaks into a nervous sweat, clearly overwhelmed by the intense physical display he just witnessed. A promotional recruitment banner for Reset Scans displays various roles and a stylishly dressed swordsman. With a pleasant smile, Giselle asks Oknodi if she is interested in purchasing his exclusive meal voucher. Oknodi enthusiastically confirms her plan to devour all 32 special dishes earned from passing the difficult challenge. Sparkles of joy surround Oknodi as she describes the rare delicacies, while Giselle questions her ticket situation. Folding her arms, Oknodi smugly declares that she would much rather eat first and handle tickets later. Looking directly at the merchant, Oknodi challenges him to a high-stakes bet to settle their negotiation. Giselle counters with a steep 100 gold penalty, causing Oknoti's eyes to sparkle with greedy, mischievous delight. Jonah sternly reminds Oknoti to mind her manners while she remains fixated on the prospect of free food. Sighing deeply, Giselle admits that the young girl possesses a level of confidence he finds truly baffling. From a distance, Giselle quietly observes Oknoti dining at the inn alongside her two loyal, protective servants. Narrative boxes note how Oknoti's group stands out after several days of careful observation within the busy inn. The green-haired maid offers Oknoti a poisoned palate cleanser, her eyes gleaming with a suspicious, dark intent. Looking troubled, Giselle contemplates reporting the strange and potentially dangerous household dynamics to the local lord. Bam! Oknoti slams her hands onto the wooden table, her expression shifting to one of sudden determination. Turning toward Giselle with a curious look, Oknoti questions the merchant's sudden approach to her table. Giselle smiles warmly, acknowledging that the little miss has been fighting for her life day in and day out. Placing a hand on his chest, Giselle promises to ensure Oknoti has a reliable way to survive the trials. Oknoti points a finger at him, cheekily asking if he is attempting to recruit her right now. Crushing the merchant's hopes, Jonah firmly states that Oknoti is bound for the academy and won't be a merchant. Clack. Several of Giselle's associates watch the exchange from the background, their presence highlighting his significant influence. Waving her hands dismissively, Oknoti ends the recruitment talk with a cheerful grin and a quick, "Got it." As he walks away, Giselle reminds the girl that there is always an adult ready to help her. The innkeeper informs adventurers they have enough ingredients, just as a heavy, glowing sack is slammed down. The massive beast man proudly offers a haul of rare thorn vine monster sap in exchange for the exam rewards. Sniff. The innkeeper carefully inspects the contents of the heavy bag to verify the quality of the sap. Michael sits silently at the bar, his golden eyes fixed on the exchange with an air of bored expectation. Spotting Oknoti, the beast man mockingly asks if the little squirt is still loitering around the local establishment. Michael acknowledges the beast man's success, noting that the warrior really came through with the difficult quest items. Shimmering with a golden glow, a hand holds up the coveted examination ticket, the ultimate prize for the quest. The beast man holds the ticket high, reminding Michael that he no longer needs to worry about the examiner's tests. Flaunting his strength, the beast man challenges Michael to a pre-meal duel, which the blonde examiner menacingly accepts. Step by step, Oknoti watches the two powerful figures walk away, her mind likely spinning with a new plan. A hand reaches out to slide a menu across the counter, while Giselle watches from a short distance away. Oknoti carefully steps up onto a wooden stool, preparing to engage with the bar counter's secret mechanics. Giselle asks if this specific moment was the opportunity she had been waiting for, and Oknoti happily agrees. Boom! A powerful blue energy flare erupts as Oknoti successfully triggers a hidden, veteran-level interaction at the inn. Oknoti reveals the special request menu, a rare item that allows a player to force a specific quest outcome. Michael walks up the wooden stairs with a heavy tread, completely unaware of the surprise Oknoti has prepared. Thump! Michael sits down and opens the menu, his eye twitching in shock as he reads the new entry. With an intense, glowing glare, Michael spins around to find the person responsible for the bold menu change. Winking playfully, Oknoti points to herself and proudly announces her presence as the one who challenged the menu. A bright light illuminates the room as Oknoti stands on her stool, beckoning the senior examiner to approach her. Smirking with newfound interest, Michael notes the girl's boldness as he prepares for their unexpected, high-stakes duel. Narrative boxes reflect on the strange loyalty of the servants fighting just to protect and serve the mysterious miss. Surrounded by blooming roses, a gentle smile crosses Aknodi's face as she enjoys a moment of quiet peace. A sepia-toned flashback shows Oknodi's incredible raw strength as she effortlessly overpowers a much larger opponent's arm. Under a vibrant sunset sky, Michael approaches Oknodi to begin their nighttime special menu, a direct duel. Stretching with a grin, Oknodi prepares for the challenge, while a narrative box praises her bold talent. Michael commends the girl's discipline, noting her early bedtime has prepared her for this nighttime trial. Michael gazes at his wooden training sword, reflecting on the 5-day wait leading to this unique encounter. Leveling his weapon, the examiner warns Oknodi that the path ahead will test her beyond expectations. Blue light flashes in Oknodi's eyes as she faces a trial equivalent to the mountain's highest tier. Michael's golden eyes narrow with intensity, recognizing the true weight of the confrontation about to unfold. Whoosh! Oknodi raises her sword with a confident smile, ready to showcase the fruits of her training. Tuck! The girl lunges forward, her movements a blur of speed as she initiates the high-stakes duel. Michael holds his ground, stating that their true capabilities will only be revealed once their blades meet. Glowing with a surge of energy, the examiner warns Oknodi that there is no turning back now. Beneath the vibrant twilight sky, the two figures stand poised for a clash that will decide her future. Michael strikes with lightning speed, his wooden blade cutting through the air with practiced, lethal precision. Oknodi expertly blocks the heavy downward strike, her small frame absorbing the impact with surprising ease. Pacing himself, Michael settles into a defensive stance, his sharp eyes never leaving his nimble young opponent. The examiner unleashes a powerful overhead slash, his movements leaving a trail of brilliant light behind. Gasping in shock, Michael realizes the girl has vanished from his sight, appearing behind him in an instant. Ping! A sudden, forceful impact sends the seasoned examiner flying across the training grounds in total disbelief. Michael marvels at her silence and elite control, questioning if she belongs to an elite assassination clan. Acknowledging her perfect scores in technique, creativity, and swordsmanship, Michael decides she has reached the 4th tier. To her absolute shock, Michael grants her a passing grade before she could even display her magic. Oknodi pouts comically, lamenting that she didn't get to reveal her full Tier 5 abilities and wand skills. Reaching into his cloak, Michael pulls out a shimmering platinum ticket, leaving the girl wide-eyed with awe. The examiner praises her impressive strategy, confirming she has excelled in every single area of his test. Blushing with pride, Oknodi laughs and thanks the man as she prepares to accept her hard-earned prize. Suddenly, Michael raises his hand and offers a new proposal, leaving the young girl momentarily stunned. The examiner offers 10 gold tickets for the platinum one, as narrative boxes explain ticket values. Giselle's eyes narrow while he recalls selling silver tickets for a staggering 100 gold pieces previously. Oknodi firmly demands her platinum prize, refusing to be swayed by the examiner's sudden, suspicious bartering attempt. Seeing through his game, the girl realizes he is testing her resolve and remains financially undeterred. Michael chuckles and continues to search through his belongings, seemingly amused by her steadfast and bold attitude. Presenting ticket number 15, Michael explains the immense value behind lower-digit rankings for the prestigious academy entrance. Oknodi inspects the rare ticket, questioning its true worth as she reaches out to finally take it. Overjoyed, the girl sparkles with happiness as Michael explains the ticket holds all necessary details for her. As she begins to depart, Michael calls out to her, stopping her in her tracks one last time. With a gentle and curious expression, the blonde examiner asks the talented young girl for her name. Turning back toward him, Oknoti offers a soft, mysterious smile that reflects her growing confidence and success. Sunlight fades as the scene shifts, marking the end of her significant encounter with the Academy's examiner. Michael watches her go, hoping she evolves into a talent worthy of a true duel within 10 years. Clang! The wooden training sword falls to the ground, signaling the conclusion of their intense nighttime session. Back at the inn, the butler and maid prepare the luggage while Oknoti waves a cheerful goodbye. Standing alone amidst the bustling room, the girl looks determined to face the next stage of her journey. Oknoti's attention is captured by a sudden voice, causing her to turn around with an inquisitive look. Giselle approaches with a friendly wave, commending her impressive performance during the high-stakes exam in the training courtyard. Proudly flaunting her ticket, Oknoti claims victory in their bet, while the merchant gracefully admits his defeat. Giselle asks if she understands the complexity of ticket tiers, and she responds with a thoughtful, hesitant nod. Pondering her knowledge, Oknoti reflects on how ticket mechanics differ greatly from the original game's random luck. The merchant explains that even her silver ticket guarantees her a spot in the upcoming Academy entrance exam. Scenes of struggling students reveal the harsh, abusive reality of those desperate to enter the continent's top academy. When Giselle asks for her family game, Oknoti shocks him by simply stating that she does not know. A cold sweat breaks across the merchant's face as he stares in absolute disbelief at her unexpected response. Oknoti rejects Giselle's talk of a social debut, far more interested in whether noble tea parties serve plenty of food. Breaking into a cold sweat, Giselle realizes Oknoti's family is far from a normal, functional, noble household. A narrative box suggests a tragic sacrifice for family glory as Oknoti tilts her head in silent confusion. Giselle dramatically announces he has reached a firm decision, prompting Oknoti to inquire about his sudden resolve. With a determined shout, Giselle declares he will participate in the Academy entrance exam alongside the young girl. Oknoti reacts with disbelief, wondering if he intends to forge his age for this unexpected Merchant Academy event. Shimmering in gold, Giselle is revealed as a rare hidden character who defied the odds to appear now. Scratching her cheek, Oknoti decides his graceful acceptance of the situation makes him seem like a decent person. Flashing a bright grin and a thumbs up, the girl wishes the merchant luck on his new journey. Oknoti waves a cheerful goodbye, unaware of the dark, fuming aura radiating from the frustrated merchant behind her. Standing in a spotlight, Giselle ponders his protective instincts while feeling strangely bewildered by his own growing dedication. His face turning red with suppressed rage, Giselle desperately wants to flick the girl's forehead for her sass. Gasping with wide eyes, Oknoti stares at the glowing tickets in her hands as a loud boom echoes. Illustrated notes compare common transport methods, showing a simple horse-drawn carriage and a massive wooden sailing ship. A magnificent airship with large sails soars through the clouds as Jonah adjusts his monocle in the foreground. Overwhelmed by the sight, Oknoti's eyes sparkle with wonder at the existence of a high-flying airship. Jonah presents the final airship ticket to a relieved Giselle, who prepares to pay for the rare passage. Clutching the tickets with a faint smile, the brown-haired merchant announces it is finally time to board the ship. The massive airship towers over the bustling port, leaving Oknoti dazzled by her first experience in such a place. Looking up at the grand vessel, the blonde girl exclaims in delight at how amazing the scene appears. Oknoti asks Jonah about the cost of a ticket, and he calmly replies that it's worth 10 gold coins. Jonah reassures her that the ticket is a reward from her master, urging the confused girl not to worry. Her eyes turning into shimmering gold coins, Oknoti realizes she is holding a prize worth a silver ticket's fortune. Crossing her arms, the girl asks for her father's name, but Jonah insists the timing isn't right yet. Sweating under the pressure of the mystery, Oknoti questions the normalcy of not knowing her own father's identity. Walking forward with open arms, Giselle suggests they enjoy the trip as fellow exam candidates and travel buddies. Jonah's expression darkens as he menacingly warns the merchant that airships are prone to very frequent fatal accidents. Giselle begins to introduce Oknoti to someone else as a question mark appears over the confused young girl. A massive, ape-like beast man appears with a wide grin, immediately recognized by the girl as the bearded warrior. Giselle shows San O-chan a ticket, explaining that acting as an escort earns a free pass on the airship. While Giselle introduces his escort, Oknoti marvels at the merchant's wealth, unaware of the butler and maid's glares. With a sudden thump, Jonah grabs Giselle's collar in a fit of protective rage, shouting that this cannot happen. The green-haired maid leans in with a terrifyingly polite smile, asking the miss for her reasoning against the merchant. Oknoti shouts in frustration, calling her servants too rude toward anyone who tries to get close to her. Giving a cheeky thumbs up, Oknoti praises Uncle Giselle for being a lifelong learner despite his older age. Standing in silence, Jonah and the maid struggle to maintain their composure as their facial muscles twitch with annoyance. The beast man laughs boisterously and pats Giselle's back with crushing force, calling Oknoti an impressively quick-witted talker. Giselle's face darkens with a red flush of fury as he repeats his desire to flick the girl's forehead. The grand airship sails gracefully through a sea of white clouds, marking the next phase of their journey. Oknoti leads the way through the airship's luxurious wooden corridors, while her watchful servants follow closely behind her. Jonah leans down to address the blonde girl, who turns toward him with an expression of sudden surprise. Oknoti excitedly points toward the dining hall, while the maid comments on the girl's well-known love for food. Looking at her notebook, Oknoti laments the lack of a proper status screen, despite the pop-up windows appearing. Confident that no one can read her Korean notes, Oknoti enters a new room and shouts a breathless "wow" in awe. Standing before a brilliant golden light, the girl offers a soft "oh" as she glimpses the grand dining feature. A massive feast of meats, pasta, and fish covers the table, appearing like a true culinary paradise to Oknoti. Oknoti happily stuffs her cheeks with chocolate chip cookies, surrounded by floating hearts and sweets in her mind. Jonah and pondering her next move, Oknoti tries to calculate the exact definition of a single serving in this lavish setting. "Ha ha!" The beast man laughs as he approaches with plates of meat, mockingly telling the girl she cannot eat properly. The beast man presents a plate of meat, smirking as he demonstrates the proper way to feast. A chime sounds as chocolate chips are added to Oknoti's food log during her frantic cookie binge. Deciding to eat like a normal person, Oknoti flashes a wide, mischievous grin after her massive snack. Pushing the plates away, Oknoti stops eating, leaving Jonah and the maid puzzled by her sudden halt. Chimes echo as mushroom soup, crab avocado, and salmon sushi are added to the girl's culinary collection. A ding announces that melon has been added to her collection, completing her latest round of tasting. Jonah serves pasta while the beast man laughs, complimenting the young girl on her truly impressive appetite. Blushing with happiness, Oknoti laughs and celebrates finishing her meal without breaking a single piece of china. Jonah mutters about using heavy dishware for weight training, while Oknoti looks at him with utter confusion. A clack sounds as Jonah places a fresh dish down, capturing the attention of the curious blonde girl. Blinking in surprise with food still on her face, Oknoti reacts to Jonah's sudden and unexpected comment. Jonah praises Oknoti's admirable persistence and diligence, noting that she never complains about her difficult training. Giselle watches the beast man eat while expressing his firm belief in Oknoti's bright and successful future. Placing a hand over his heart, Jonah hopes the master will eventually acknowledge the girl's hard work. Jonah presents a shimmering pink crystal, telling a surprised Oknoti that the master has sent her a gift. Oknoti stares at the glowing gem, wondering how she will eventually learn to open the mysterious box. Sun Oh-chun pauses his meal, looking over at Giselle with a serious and slightly suspicious expression. Giselle suggests that things aren't what they seem, hinting at a much deeper situation unfolding behind the scenes. A loud "ee" echoes across the sky as the airship sails through the clouds at night. Oknoti clutches her head in absolute shock, screaming about the inhuman situation she has just discovered. The grand airship continues its peaceful journey while a shocked cry resounds through the dark, starry night. The thud signals the buffet's closing, leaving a devastated Oknoti crying over the loss of her dinner. The green-haired maid leans in, offering to take the despairing girl to an evening restaurant that remains open. Oknoti's eyes sparkle with joy as she enthusiastically agrees to visit the late-night dining hall. At a luxurious restaurant, a waiter presents a menu to Oknoti while Jonah sits across from her. The maid explains she has already eaten and will keep searching for helpful facilities for the miss. Oknoti's jaw drops in horror as she reads the high prices listed for the dinner courses. Jonah reassures a panicked Oknoti that the master's funds will easily cover the expensive meal. Jonah explains the funds are a gift for her success, but Oknoti still looks skeptical and worried. Oknoti asks if Jonah would still stay by her side if she failed to grow and gain talent. Jonah insists failure won't happen, while Oknoti looks confused by his serious and somber reaction. Wiping sweat from his brow, Jonah reveals that his master only pays attention to children with great talent. A thump sounds as Oknoti slams her hand onto the menu, silencing Jonah's talk about her father's neglect. Oknoti turns the question on Jonah, asking if he personally would stay regardless of her talent or growth. Whoosh! A scene shifts to the training deck, where the wind whips past the quiet, moonlit barrels. Sweating with focus, Oknoti swings her wooden sword through the air, training intensely during the late-night hours. The maid watches in silence as Oknoti continues her relentless practice, her expression in the shadows. Startled by the maid's voice, Oknoti stops her training and turns around with a look of surprise. The maid asks if she fought with the butler, noticing the girl's obvious frustration and emotional distress. Jonah's face lingers in Oknoti's mind as she realizes how easily others can sense her ignored feelings. Mumbling to herself, Oknoti regrets asking such a childish and vulnerable question to the serious butler earlier. Clutching her chest, Oknoti admits she was hurt, finally acknowledging her true and vulnerable feelings to herself. Turning toward the maid, Oknoti confesses she hoped someone would say they'd stay with her forever. The maid admits she's only there because of the master's orders, causing Oknoti to nod sadly in agreement. Approaching the girl, the maid notes that every meeting eventually ends in a goodbye, regardless of their bond. Startled, Oknoti looks up as the maid suddenly kneels before her, showing a new level of dedication. The maid smiles warmly, expressing her sincere hope that Oknodi will succeed and not fail her goals. Tears well in Oknodi's eyes as she reacts to the maid's unexpected and deeply touching words of encouragement. A clatter sounds as the maid pulls out a massive jar filled to the brim with colorful candies. The maid promises to stay until Oknodi finishes every candy, leaving the girl shocked by the heartwarming gesture. When Oknodi asks about Leaf's loyalty, the maid insists she will only follow her master's final orders. Swept up in a wave of sudden emotion, Oknodi pulls her green-haired maid into a tight, sincere hug. After exchanging heartfelt words of gratitude, the pair shares a tender, lingering moment of mutual respect and affection. Leaf pulls back with a curious look while Oknodi awkwardly avoids eye contact after their emotional display. Crossing her arms, Oknodi decides to be generous and let the maid's earlier bluntness slide, just this once. Oknodi stands tall and calls out to Leaf, her eyes filled with a new and very expensive ambition. Oknodi demands a trip to the casino, leaving a sweating Leaf surrounded by visions of high-stakes gambling tools. The scene shifts to Oknodi's boots on the ship's tiled floor as she prepares for her next move. A brightly colored sign marks the entrance to the kids zone, restricted to those under 140 centimeters tall. Grrr! Fumes with visible rage, her face turning red over the humiliating height restrictions she must face. Resting her chin on her hand, Oknodi smirks as she plots to use an expert money-copying gamer trick. Oknodi imagines herself raining cash on Jonah with a money gun, but Leaf's voice abruptly snaps her back. Leaf delivers the crushing news that Oknodi is too short for the casino, leaving the girl completely thunderstruck. Pumping her fist, Leaf declares she will find a better plan, while Oknodi watches the maid's sudden outburst. Leaf commands the girl to wait in a safe area, causing Oknodi to explode in a fit of fury. Left alone, Oknodi looks around the play area with a look of pure, unadulterated confusion and growing boredom. Oknodi spots a giraffe-themed height chart and realizes this childish area is the only place she actually qualifies for. A mischievous grin spreads across Oknodi's face as her curiosity as a former pro gamer begins to itch. Wah! Shouting with determination, Oknodi charges forward and dives headfirst into the sea of colorful plastic balls. Two young boys sit on the floor nearby, crying loudly and babbling in their own confusing baby language. Splash! Colorful balls fly everywhere as Oknodi disappears beneath the surface of the massive, vibrant ball pit. Oneidi's head pops out from the colorful depths, a system window appearing as she completes her successful dive. Oknodi smirks, proud of her tactical decision to hide in the ball pit to avoid the annoying, crying babies. Emerging slowly from the plastic sea, Oknodi's attention is captured by a conversation happening on a nearby bench. Oknodi listens intently as a boy and girl discuss the legendary academy, wondering if they are also candidates. Jess and Max discuss the prestige of the academy, noting the difficulty of enrolling at such a young age. Max explains that getting accepted at 15 would mark someone as a true prodigy, surprising the eavesdropping blonde girl. Jess wonders if anyone their age could actually pass, just as Oknodi prepares to make her grand entrance. Whoosh! Leaps out of the ball pit, sending colorful spheres flying and shocking the two unsuspecting children. Sitting between the stunned pair, Oknodi remains silent while the children vibrate with shock at her sudden appearance. Jess and Max explain they are from noble families, having known each other since childhood due to their parents. When Oknodi asks if they are exam candidates, the pair reacts with wide-eyed disbelief and points toward themselves. Staring in total awe, Jess and Max realize Oknadi is also headed to the Academy's prestigious entrance exam. Jess and Max sparkle with excitement over Oknodi's revelation, making the girl worry she has said way too much. A baby reaches for Oknodi while Max apologizes, but the blonde girl remains focused on her new acquaintances. Oknodi offers to help with the baby, her calm demeanor and helpful nature surprising the flustered young Max. Oknodi smirks and claims she is basically an adult, earning praise for her maturity from the impressed Jess. The baby babbles while Oknodi looks on, her attention suddenly drawn to the glowing object in the child's hand. Oknodi stares at the glowing green sphere, her eyes wide as she realizes she has found something truly special. Recognizing a hidden stat stone, Oknodi decides to test it by swallowing it, despite the presence of nearby adults. Engulfed in a pillar of fire, Oknodi realizes she was right about the stone's power as she begins choking. "Gasp!" screams in absolute horror as Oknodi starts to struggle after her reckless and dangerous decision. Max and Jess panic, demanding to know why Oknodi would ever try to eat a plastic ball pit ball. Max runs for help while Jess grabs Oknodi's hands, insisting they rush to the nurse's office immediately. Oknodi tries to resist the frantic girl, looking sweaty and embarrassed as her secret experiment becomes a public crisis. A notification confirms Oknodi's strength has reached 29 as she struggles to keep Jess from pulling her away. Worried about hurting the normal children with her new strength, Oknodi reluctantly follows Jess' lead toward the exit. "Hurry!" Oknodi and Jess sprint through the hallway, hoping to resolve the situation before anyone else notices. Leaf returns to find the room empty, looking around with a confused expression as she searches for her miss. Leaf sighs and smiles, realizing the young miss is at it again and has likely found more trouble. Leaf lounges on the floor, remarking on the cliché nature of the choice, while a man watches in shock. A clatter sounds as Leaf's foot sinks into the ball pit, satisfied with her choice of hiding spot. Leaf dives deeper into the ball pit, calling out for Oknodi while other children play nearby. High above the clouds, the airship sails onward as a realization of a missed opportunity echoes through the sky. Oknodi looks nervous as she realizes she is an undocumented minor, unregistered in the International Magic Archive. An official dismisses the issue as a glitch, but Oknodi's expression darkens as she contemplates her hidden past. Jess whispers to Oknodi about her missing registration, surprised to find her friend knows nothing of magic. A missing persons announcement describes Oknodi, making the blonde girl realize Leaf is searching for her. Jess warns Oknodi that a lack of registration means her family is likely involved in something abnormal. Oknodi remains unbothered, reflecting on the support and training she receives, despite her family's mysterious nature. Clenching her fist, Oknodi decides that her current father is the best parent she has ever had. Horror fills Jess as Oknodi describes her dangerous training, leading her to demand they run away together immediately. With a sudden pull, Jess drags a confused Oknodi through the hallway to escape the girls' perceived suffering. Two nurses offer candy to the girls, hoping to keep them occupied until their guardians arrive to fetch them. While Oknodi looks at the candy, a sharp click sounds as Jess draws a weapon with sudden, intense focus. Jess aims her pistol with glowing blue eyes, leaving a shocked Oknodi trembling in the background. Leaving the nurses in a daze, Jess pulls Oknodi away, determined to reach safety before they are caught. Sobbing with frustration, Oknodi wonders if such a reckless escape is even allowed as Jess sprints ahead. Jess stops to catch her breath while Oknodi stands perfectly fine, revealing she was never actually tired. Pointing toward a glowing portal, Jess explains the emergency escape pod is their way off the airship. Scratching her cheek, Oknodi admits she was merely playing along with the escape attempt for a little fun. Notifications appear as Oknodi earns significant skill experience in stealth, infiltration, and daring tricks during their run. An oppressive aura fills the hall as Jonah looms behind them, asking if Oknodi enjoyed her little game. Jess reels back in absolute terror at the butler's presence, while Oknodi turns to face him calmly. Magic circles explain the registration system, highlighting just how dangerous Oknodi's undocumented status truly is to society. Jonah's expression turns menacing as he considers the dark reasons why someone would hide a child's identity. Looming over her, Jonah tells Oknodi that she is not obligated to live her life for someone else. Oknodi gently wipes a tear from Jess's face, thanking her for being her first real and caring friend. Holding Jess's hands tightly, Oknodi prepares to be honest about her situation before they are forced to part. A close-up reveals Oknodi's calm resolve as a purple magical energy flows through the silent corridor. Jess calls out Oknodi's name with tear-filled eyes, realizing their brief but intense friendship is coming to an end. With a final, gentle parting of their hands, Oknodi says her goodbyes as she prepares to follow Jonah. Turning her back on the escape pod, Oknodi walks toward the butler, ready to resume her duties. Jonah takes Oknodi's hand, mentioning that Leaf is likely worried after the girl's sudden and chaotic disappearance. Jonah closes his eyes and dismisses the need for further questions, seemingly accepting the end of the fuss. Shrugging with a smirk, Oknodi calls the guards useless and claims the whole escape was just a prank. A tender moment passes as Jonah holds Oknodi's small hand firmly while they walk through the ship together. Jonah leads Oknodi away, and the girl follows with a satisfied smile, her adventure finally concluded for now. Jess watches them leave with a heavy heart, her hand clutching her chest as she processes the parting. Max runs up to Jess, desperately asking where Oknodi went, while the girl remains in a stunned silence. Wiping her eyes, Jess tells Max she has made up her mind to do something for her friend. Glowing with blue energy, Jess resolves to find a way to help the poor kid, Oknodi, in the future. A merchant named Giselle introduces himself, claiming to be Oknodi's friend and offering to help the children. Max and Jess reflect on the power of their noble family names and how they might use them. Giselle suggests writing letters to their influential siblings, offering to deliver them for the sake of Oknodi's safety. Jess sparkles with joy and excitement, convinced that her family will definitely be able to help Oknodi succeed. As the children rush to find stationery, Giselle watches them, thinking that Oknodi's situation requires more than letters. Running together, Max and Jess feel a new sense of purpose, while Giselle vows to make their efforts worthwhile. A loud whoosh sounds as the airship lands, revealing a massive crowd of students gathered for the exam. Oknodi, Jonah, and Leaf stand on the shore, the girl admiring the view at the second exam location. A dense crowd of applicants marches through the sun-dappled forest toward the legendary entrance exam. Oknodi's party questions their path as they traverse the hill, wondering if the testing ground lies ahead. Leaf whispers a warning about the monkey beast man, while Oknodi notes the arrival of elite guild ticket holders. Shadowy eyes observe Oknodi and Leaf as they navigate past mysterious, fog-shrouded stone formations in the woods. Jonah nervously warns Oknodi against swallowing rocks, making the girls smirk and ask him to watch her. A massive wooden gate looms over the diverse applicants as a voice calls out to the young miss. Jonah kneels to offer a final, stern warning, noting they cannot protect Oknodi once the exam begins. Touched by the butler's genuine concern, Oknodi's eyes fill with tears as she calls out his name. Leaf offers a cheerful smile and a bag of candy, hoping to provide some comfort before they part. Clutching the candy tightly, Oknoti resolves to do her absolute best for the sake of her loyal companions. As Oknoti walks toward the gate, Leaf worries about her attachment, while Jonah remains stoically confident. The monkey beast man follows a man away, with the group trusting someone inside will watch over the miss. Leaf questions if Jonah kept the monkey beast man nearby for this purpose, and the butler confirms his plan. A dark aura of malevolent eyes surrounds Oknoti, emphasizing the cutthroat competition among the scholarship candidates. A voice sneeringly addresses Oknoti as a mouse while she stands amidst a sea of older examinees. The monkey beast man mocks Oknoti's dependence on nannies, only for the girl to dismiss him as small fry. Tension rises as the man notices the other entrants are clearly unhappy with their group's conspicuous arrival. High-born applicants gossip about Oknoti's choice of companions, viewing her as an unworthy and common mercenary. Oknoti seethes with anger at being ignored, though the monkey beast man advises her to stay calm and focused. Relieved by the beast man's unexpected wisdom, Oknoti thanks him while he smugly rubs his nose in pride.
Ay! A blood-curdling scream shatters the peace, shocking Oknoti and the monkey beast man into alert.
A cold-blooded swordsman stands amidst the crowd, casually sheathing his blade after finishing a brutal skirmish. Panic spreads as witnesses scream that the swordsman just ruthlessly severed another applicant's arm without hesitation. Recognizing the deadly threat, Oknoti identifies the boy as Xing, the renowned swordsman from the Eastern Empire. Xing stands within a dusty circle, leaving onlookers to call the victim a fool for crossing his line. A system window identifies Xing as a playable character, marking him as a high-tier and powerful supporting asset.
Oknoti greedily eyes Xing's impressive stats until the swordsman senses her gaze and looks back with suspicion.
A notification warns that maintaining eye contact with the Eastern swordsman leads directly to a violent confrontation. Oknoti sighs as she receives a massive point bonus for early arrival, wondering how to spend them now. Time passes quickly as the sun begins to set, casting long shadows over the fortress walls and applicants. The resonance of massive bells rings out from the towers, signaling the imminent start of the first exam. A bald monk stands upon a high balcony, preparing to address the restless crowd of applicants gathered below. Monk Myung-ho announces the senior testing ground is officially closed, as Oknoti and the others grin with anticipation. The monk introduces himself, assuming command over the first gate exam with a calm and dignified presence. The monkey beast man notes the monk's power, while Oknoti smirks, recognizing him as an elite academy hire. Narration explains the Eastern Empire's lack of major deities, relying instead on local spirits to guard territories. A glimpse into history shows faithful citizens building stone towers to summon the protection of ancient mountain gods. Oknoti realizes the exam task is stone tower stacking, a challenge that seems simple but hides a twist. Knowing the game's mechanics, Oknoti smirks as she prepares for a chaotic troll fest of tower destruction. The monkey beast man commands the applicants to hold their tickets to their wrists as registration begins. A golden ticket glows with brilliant magical energy as Oknoti presses it against her wrist for the scan. A metallic band snaps onto her arm, identified as a ticket watch designed for tracking and performance grading. Oknoti looks unimpressed as she learns the device provides rescue signals but cannot prevent an instant death. A gruesome diagram illustrates the danger of a severed head, warning that the exam's risks are very real. Monk Myung-ho explains that platinum ticket holders possess the privilege of skipping directly to the final exam. Oknoti contemplates the strict penalties for excessive killing, including points deductions and long-term bans from the academy. Weaving through the crowd, Aknodi feels relieved that the current situation should be free of any cursed events. The presence of main and supporting NPCs like Xing ensures a clean run without unfair complications. Clenching her fist with fierce determination, Oknodi vows to excel as she prepares for the trials to come. High above the crowd, the final announcement echoes through the area. The first gate exam has officially begun. Oknodi huffs in annoyance as the party continues their trek through the sun-drenched forest. The group observes the Northern Grand Duchess, Irene, as she unleashes a flurry of crystalline ice magic. Sudden chaos erupts as blue magical slashes tear through the woods, forcing the surrounding applicants to scream in terror. Sun Oh-chun remains puzzled while Oknodi and Leaf brace themselves against the freezing gusts of magical energy. Leaf quickly deploys his white cloak to shield the party, skillfully deflecting the sharp shards of ice. Grateful for the protection, Sun Oh-chun notes the cold, while Leaf explains his cloak's specialized ice defense attributes. Narration introduces Irene, the Northern Grand Duchess and combat mage, highlighting her lifelong experience fighting Northern barbarians. Shaking her head, Okanodi concludes that anyone daring to attack such a powerful mage must be completely insane. Sun Oh-chun and Leaf look around in confusion, realize Oknodi has vanished, and wonder where the mouse went. Their bewilderment grows until a small voice calls out from below, drawing their attention to a hole in the ground. Oknodi peeks out from the pit, earning experience points in stealth and quick maneuvers for her sudden disappearance. Clambering out, Oknodi explains her training for such situations, leaving her companions looking utterly exhausted and sweat-dropped. Sun Oh-chun and Leaf question exactly what kind of situations a young girl would regularly train for. With a cheerful smile, Oknodi mentions dodging magical bombardments and assassins, casting a dark chill over her stunned companions. Leaf asks for clarification, but Oknodi casually confirms that practicing escape from assassins is a perfectly normal routine. Disturbed by her upbringing, the two men agree they have many choice words for Oknodi's butler and maid. Irene stands amidst her frozen territory, leading Oknodi to identify her as a dangerous territorial type of combatant. Contemplating the new Big Three powerhouses, Oknodi wisely decides that fighting them for territory would be a foolish mistake. Leaf checks in with Mr. Sun Oh-chun, who expresses a desire to see the other examinees' capabilities. Bursting with excitement, Oknodi gives an enthusiastic thumbs up as they prepare for the next phase of the exam. Pointing to the pebbles, Oknodi warns against underestimating the test and insists they must climb to the mountain's peak. The party agrees, unaware of the narration's warning about a surprise event that the NPCs cannot predict. Looking toward the summit, Oknodi remains oblivious that a massive landslide is scheduled to occur within 5 hours. The group breaks into a sprint, racing up the steep mountain slope as the exam intensity begins to ramp up. Sun Oh-chun questions their path while Leaf huffs in exhaustion, and Oknodi reacts with a flash of annoyance. They pass applicants building stone towers, though some are already panicking at the mid-mountain level. Oknodi facepalms as the tower-building applicants mock each other, signaling the start of a chaotic, competitive troll fest. Strategy windows detail the conflict between large base coalitions, absolute powerhouses, and mid-mountain trolls engaged in a showdown. While other groups hunt each other down, Oknodi leads her fugitive group deep into the mountains to hide. A system notification confirms Oknodi has gained mountaineering experience for her constant vigilance and successful climb. Seeing her effort, Leaf offers Oknodi a snack to keep her energy up while they continue their ascent. Oknodi takes a bite and her eyes sparkle, instantly realizing this is no ordinary piece of dried meat. A chime sounds as honey butter jerky is officially added to Aknoti's food collection, a delightful and unexpected discovery. While Leaf struggles to catch his breath, Oknoti happily munches on the jerky, thoroughly enjoying the merchant's high-quality snack. Oknoti smirks with a devious glint, thinking that maintaining a good relationship with wealthy merchants like Leaf is highly profitable. Their peace is shattered as Oknoti senses an approaching threat, realizing a hunter group has finally caught up to them. Desperate and gasping for air, the pursuers collapse nearby, crying out that they are all going to die. A grin spreads across Son O-chun's face as he readies his staff, eagerly asking if the newcomers want to fight. A woman from the Isonia Adventurer Guild points a blaming finger at them, fueled by the loss of her members. Oknoti stares blankly with a deadpan expression, confused why the woman is seeking revenge against her group specifically. Gritting her teeth, the guild member draws her blade with a resolute glare, determined to make the group pay. The two parties face off in a tense standoff, weapons drawn as they prepare for a violent confrontation in the woods. As Son O-chun argues back, Oknoti observes the young guild members, noting they are merely children full of misdirected rage. The vengeful guild members surge forward, weapons at the ready, as their leader commands them to grab the party. The woman suddenly stops mid-action, her purple eyes widening as she senses an ominous vibration approaching from above. Oknoti's group pauses in confusion as a strange rumbling sound echoes through the air, shifting the tension of the battle. The environment blurs as a system window heralds the start of the catastrophic landslide event, changing the exam forever. Rocks rain down as the mountain crumbles, forcing the terrified applicants to abandon their towers and flee for their lives. Oknoti tightly grips her rope and braces for impact as the landslide consumes the terrain in a cloud of dust. Screams for help fill the air as applicants are swallowed by a massive crevice opening in the broken earth. Oknoti and Son O-chun cling desperately to a rope as the cliff face crumbles beneath them. Hanging precariously, Oknoti looks up in confusion while the monkey beastman anchors their small, dangling group. Above them, the blonde Isabel struggles as the rope begins to fray under the heavy weight. The mountain slope gives way completely, sending massive boulders tumbling down the steep, dusty incline. Safe on solid ground, Oknoti's group stares at the rope, while Isabel collapses in utter exhaustion. Oknoti questions the guild leader's terminology, confused by the sudden change in their hostile dynamic. Touched by the rescue, Isabel wonders why Oknoti helped them after their earlier heated confrontation. Oknoti ponders the situation deeply, holding the frayed rope as she considers her next move. Oknoti casually explains she helped simply because she could, leaving the guild leader visibly stunned. The Isonia guild members blush, moved by Oknoti's unexpected and selfless display of kindness. A guild member recalls his late leader's noble spirit, seeing the same light reflected in Oknoti. The group shares a moment of quiet reflection, their previous rage replaced by genuine gratitude. Oknoti listens to the narration regarding a spirit's pure life, her expression one of mild surprise. Isabel admits defeat with a humble smile, recognizing Oknoti's group as the true victors. Standing tall, Isabel accepts her loss with the dignity of a seasoned adventurer and mature adult. The guild members surprise Isabel by announcing their collective decision to forfeit the grueling exam. Stunned by their declaration, Isabel freezes as her companions choose to step away from the academy. They explain their primary motivation was her safety, not a personal desire to enter the academy. Overcome with emotion, Isabel begins to weep as she realizes the depth of her guild's loyalty. Oknoti's party watches the guild's touching reconciliation as a bright, magical aura fills the forest. Oknodi remains pensive, watching the scene unfold while quietly considering her own objectives and party needs. Leaf offers a supportive smile, promising to follow whatever leadership decision Oknodi makes for them. The monkey beastman agrees to trust the mouse, allowing Oknodi to determine their next course of action. Oknodi approaches the weeping Isabel and asks a very practical question about her culinary skills. Grabbing Isabel's hands firmly, Oknodi confirms the adventurer's ability to be self-sufficient and cook in the field. With a brilliant, happy smile, Oknodi officially welcomes the stunned guild leader into their party. Isabel stands frozen in shock, blushing deeply as she processes Oknodi's sudden and cheerful invitation. A soft blush colors Isabel's cheeks as she offers Oknodi a heartfelt and sincere thank you. Watching from a distance, Monk Myung-ho reflects on the wisdom gained when even the honorable admit defeat. The monk addresses the survivors from a high balcony, preparing to announce the first gate's official results. A system notification grants Oknodi new intuition and observation skills as a reward for surviving the landslide. Oknodi giggles deviously about recruiting a chef, while her companions look on with sweat-dropped concern. Myung-ho announces that only 185 applicants have advanced to the exam's second round. The remaining applicants, a diverse and weary crowd, listen intently to the monk's final assessment. Irene, the Northern Grand Duchess, stands regally with crossed arms, observing the competition with cold intensity. The monk explains that the true test was demonstrating independence rather than just stacking stone towers. Gesturing to the crowd, Myung-ho challenges the applicants to prove themselves worthy of the world's best academy. Oknodi reacts with shock and excitement as a loud BAM heralds the reveal of her final score. Comically overwhelmed, Oknodi's face turns blue as she learns she is the top scorer of round 1. Formidable competitors, including a blonde noble and a dark-haired woman, eye the top scorer with suspicion. A red-haired pirate woman with sharp teeth looms over Oknodi, grinning with predatory interest. Terrified by the unwanted attention, Oknodi squeezes her eyes shut and begs the crowd to stop looking. Hiding behind the monkey beastman, Oknodi insists her high score was purely an accidental survival strategy. Her group enthusiastically celebrates Oknodi's success, ignoring her panic as they cheer for her immediate pass. Oknodi shocks everyone by flatly refusing the privilege of skipping directly to the Academy's final exam. Monk Myung-ho looks stunned by her rejection, unable to comprehend why she would pass up such an advantage. Leaf looks on with pride as Oknodi declares she won't go if her companions are left behind. Her party members are rendered speechless by her loyalty, a soft, warm light surrounding the group. Leaf asks why they would ever abandon her, affirming their commitment to staying together as a team. Oknodi looks away in a moment of quiet reflection, acknowledging the lonely path she has always followed. A painful memory of a past failure stings as Oknodi recalls their group falling for a weight trap. Sun Oh-chun, Leaf, and Isabel share a moment of grim determination, silently nodding as the path ahead burns bright. Looking toward the horizon, Oknodi signals for the group to advance toward the next grueling stage of the exam. Deep within the woods, a mysterious figure in a black hat and mask begins their lone patrol through the trees. With a predatory grin, the masked ranger watches the forest, her eyes glowing with anticipation for the hunt to begin. A massive crowd of weary applicants gathers before the imposing stone gates of the second exam gate. Oknodi senses trouble as a heavy boot falls, and the examiner's sharp voice commands the attention of the entire crowd. Minerva, the masked proctor, introduces herself and formally announces the start of the Hunter's Forest second gate exam. While some applicants admire Minerva's style, Oknoti trembles in fear, sensing she's stuck with the most dangerous examiner possible. Minerva details the challenge, explaining it is a marathon hybrid test where survival depends on keeping pace and finding points. With glowing red eyes, Minerva warns that falling behind means disqualification and brutal penalties await those who break the rules. Comically weeping, Oknoti regrets her life choices, while Minerva explains that stealing points from other contestants is officially encouraged. Without a second's delay, Minerva launches forward with incredible speed, leaving the shocked applicants in a cloud of dust. The examiner becomes a distant blur as she vanishes into the forest, leaving the applicants gasping at her impossible velocity. Sun Oh-chun offers a piggyback ride to a struggling Oknoti, who stubbornly refuses as they sprint into the woods. Leaf and Isabel discuss the crushing difficulty of the test, realizing that side quests will make maintaining their pace impossible. Wiping sweat from his brow, Leaf warns that collecting points will make them a prime target for opportunistic point hunters. Racing through the brush, Leaf asks Oknoti to decide on their strategy for surviving the dangerous marathon ahead. Across the forest, other powerful competitors sharpen their focus, debating whether to play the role of hunter or prey. Formidable opponents, including a noble blonde and a fierce pirate, maintain their leads as the high-stakes race intensifies. Isabel looks back in surprise as someone calls her name, her focus momentarily broken during the frantic sprint. Oknoti suddenly asks for bug spray, leaving Isabel bewildered by the strange and unexpected request during a life-or-death exam. A soft hissing sound accompanies Oknoti as she happily prepares her spray can, seemingly more concerned with insects than the exam. Oknoti insists everyone use the spray, handing it to a skeptical Leaf as they continue their rapid pace. Trusting their leader, the party douses themselves in the spray, while Oknoti cryptically hints at a greater purpose for it. Digging through her bag, Oknoti realizes she has one more item to share, her expression brightening with a sudden thought. Oknoti offers a bag of vibrant, glowing treats to the group, much to the surprise and delight of a hungry Leaf. Sun Oh-chun eagerly pops a treat into his mouth, his face lighting up with temporary joy as he chews. The joy vanishes instantly as Sun Oh-chun spits the treat out in disgust, leaving Oknoti stunned by his reaction. Sun Oh-chun coughs violently, realizing the treats are actually poison, while a nonchalant Oknoti claims to feel perfectly fine. Still oblivious to the danger, Isabel asks for a taste, and Oknoti happily obliges by offering the pouch. Isabel and Leaf each take a bite, unaware of the toxic surprise waiting within the colorful, candy-like morsels. Disgust sweeps through the group as Leaf vomits a literal rainbow and Isabel retches, much to Oknoti's growing irritation. Fire dancing in her eyes, Oknoti screams at her companions for wasting the food they specifically asked for. Sun Oh-chun demands to know the source of the poison, and Oknoti admits her maid told her to savor it. Huffing in annoyance, Oknoti sprints ahead of the group, leaving her bewildered and nauseous companions behind in her wake. Leaf and Sun Oh-chun watch Oknoti's retreating form, questioning her true nature while debating her role in their group. With glowing eyes, Leaf observes that the real danger lies not with Oknoti herself, but with her mysterious family. Sun Oh-chun suggests stealing the pouch, but a weary Isabel dismisses the idea as they keep up the chase. The group realizes Oknoti possesses incredible poison resistance, explaining her ability to eat the toxic snacks without any harm. Isabel is visibly shaken, disturbed that a girl so young could be so accustomed to consuming lethal amounts of poison. With a cheerful grin, Oknoti asks the group if they are ready to break away from the main path. Sun Oh-chun's eyes widen with excitement as he realizes Oknoti intends to pursue the optional, high-risk side quests. Oknoti taunts a worried Leaf, asking if he's scared of being hunted as they prepare to take the riskier route. Oknoti recites combat stances, her sudden intensity startling Leaf as she prepares for the challenges ahead in the forest. A brief glimpse of Oknoti's past reveals a lifetime of brutal combat training and poison exposure under her family's watch. Leaf smiles warmly, admitting his protective nature stems from genuine concern for the little miss and her reckless choices. With a unified burst of speed, the party veers off the main trail to hunt for the first side quest. They stumble upon a weathered wooden signpost, marking the beginning of their detour into the unknown parts of the forest. The party stands ready as they officially find a side quest, the narrator reflecting on the diverse personalities of the applicants. Looking out with a weary gaze, Oknoti reflects on the troublemakers drawn to the upcoming high-risk side quest. A squad of trainers in camouflage and red hats explains that the first 10 to succeed earn 10 points. Isabel asks the monkey beastman if he is familiar with animals, specifically questioning what a white-tailed mongoose is. Sun Oh-chun scoffs, crossing his arms while claiming such creatures never lived in his home forest. Isabel explains that white-tailed mongooses are rare group leaders that resemble a mix between a weasel and a rat. Oknoti claps her hands in delight, genuinely impressed by the depth of Isabel's practical adventurer knowledge. Sun Oh-chun and Leaf look on with newfound determination as they prepare to hunt the elusive creature. A nearby applicant holds up a common mongoose, mockingly laughing at the perceived weakness of the small critter. The small, brown creature dangles helplessly from the applicant's hand as it spins in a dizzy daze. Calling the animal useless, the arrogant applicant tosses the mongoose away with a dismissive, forceful throw. With a look of pure shock, Oknoti lunges forward to catch the discarded creature before it hits the ground. The applicant questions why she would bother with the wrong kind of mongoose while Oknoti cradles the animal. Oknoti senses a weight of the crowd's gaze as shadowy competitors with glowing eyes watch her every move. Sun Oh-chun pats Oknoti's head, teasing her for falling for a fake while she looks on with nervous sweat. The monkey beastman laughs, suggesting Oknoti's growth spurt makes her hungry enough to eat anything, even raw meat. Leaf whispers a concerned question about her eating habits, while Oknoti considers the mongoose as a potential snack. Oknoti's expression turns devious as she suggests catching 8 more creatures to ensure they have plenty of resources. Deep in the woods, the party gathers around a massive pile of caught mongooses that Isabel agrees to cook. Isabel looks down at the mountain of brown creatures, skeptically questioning if they have collected far too many. Oknoti explains her plan to submit half for the test, ignoring Isabel's warning that only white-tailed ones count. Touching a massive tree, Oknoti remains confident in her strategy, cryptically insisting she can make the plan work. With a triumphant smile, Oknoti signals to the group that she has finally found exactly what she needed. Oknoti asks Sun Oh-chun to use his spear to crack the bark of the tree she has selected. Sun Oh-chun strikes the wood with a powerful blow, causing the tree to crack with a sharp chwak. Leaf and Isabel watch in stunned silence, amazed by Oknoti's unconventional thinking, even during a high-stakes exam. Thick white sap begins to drip from the fresh wound in the tree, drawing Leaf's admiring praise for Oknoti. Squatting by the tree, Oknoti uses the white sap to paint the mongoose tails, while Sun Oh-chun watches. The group of trainers in red hats stands frozen, visibly shaken by the party's creative and questionable tactics. Oknoti proudly presents her bunch of white-tailed mongooses, glowing with the satisfaction of her successful ruse. A sweating trainer suggests they should ask the examiner directly, while a cheerful Oknoti offers him the catch. Minerva, the masked ranger examiner, stands with crossed arms, valuing survival instincts and creative problem-solving above all. Oknoti wears a smug, knowing grin as she watches the trainers struggle to process her clever trick. A trainer approaches the group and announces that the examiner approved of the trick, passing all 4 members. Oknoti celebrates her victory with a happy cheer, while a cautious Isabel warns her to stay focused. The atmosphere grows heavy as a group of shadowy rivals with glowing red eyes prepares to strike. A sudden, violent impact from a spear shatters the ground, intercepting the rivals before they can make a move. Sun Oh-chun's eyes burn with an intense golden light, radiating a terrifying pressure that halts all nearby opposition. Realizing that targeting Oknoti's team would be a lethal mistake, the intimidated rival group quickly decides to retreat. Leaf laughs, praising the decision to hire Sun Oh-chun, who suggests celebrating their success with another round. Sun Oh-chun produces a small flask, grinning as he remarks that high-quality booze always comes with an extra cost. Oknoti is horrified to learn the flask contained alcohol, her eyes narrowing as she plots to claim it later. Walking through the sun-drenched forest, Oknoti remains silent, her mind racing with thoughts of her secret collection. A memory flashes back to a table filled with bottles and food, where a group shared a lively meal. Shia slams her glass down in a drunken rage, complaining loudly about her low tolerance for alcohol. Leaf scolds the monkey beastman for offering alcohol to kids, while Oknoti huffs about her lack of food. Staring intently at the flask, Oknoti's expression becomes dark and focused as she vows to take it eventually. Fire erupts in Oknoti's eyes as she obsesses over adding the flask to her growing personal food collection. Leaf asks if she is worried about getting lost, triggering a comical and panicked reaction from the startled Oknoti. Sun Oh-chun looks toward the horizon and tells her to just track the front group, leaving Oknoti looking suspicious. Oknoti regains her cool with a sly, confident smirk, assuring her companions that she has plenty of leads. The party sprints through the sun-drenched golden forest, leaving a trail of speed in their rapid wake. Oknoti points forward with sharp determination, signaling the group to follow as they reach their intended destination. A blue system window appears, rewarding the group with experience points for successfully tracking the vanguard's path. Sun Oh-chun asks Oknoti if she actually has hunting experience, while she looks on with a weary, comical expression. Annoyed, Oknoti claims she hunts monsters and even people, before quickly laughing it off as a joke. A cold atmosphere settles as the group stares in stunned silence, clearly unsettled by Oknoti's dark sense of humor. Isabel places a reassuring hand on Oknoti's shoulder, offering sudden comfort despite the girl's strange and dark outburst. Isabel tells Oknoti that her past troubles are over, while Oknoti looks on, confused by the heartfelt sentiment. Isabel promises that the older members will protect her, while Oknoti cheerily suggests they might need to ambush others. With wide, innocent blue eyes, Oknoti asks Isabel what would happen if one of her companions got hurt. Isabel is visibly struck by the girl's concern, a look of surprise and realization washing over her face. Oknoti's inner demon smirks, revealing her innocent question was a calculated ploy to avoid her own future chores. Oknoti plots to act tough to avoid cooking, while Isabel wipes away a tear, moved by the girl's kindness. Isabel invites Oknoti to call her sis, prompting a confused reaction from the girl as their bond deepens. Isabel shakes her head solemnly, overcome with emotion as she misinterprets Oknoti's manipulative behavior as genuine empathy. Isabel's purple eyes narrow with intensity as she begins to speculate on the brutal training Oknoti must have endured. A dark vision of Oknoti as a lethal assassin standing over fallen foes haunts Isabel's thoughts about her past. Isabel bursts into tears of pity, while Ognoti looks on with a blank, bewildered stare at the emotional outburst. Isabel clutches her chest, vowing to help the kind-hearted girl who has survived such a rough and painful history. The sun begins to set as Isabel suggests the group take a well-deserved break in the peaceful forest clearing. Sun O-chun and Oknoti celebrate wildly at the mention of cooking meat, their excitement filling the evening air. Isabel sends the two energetic hunters to gather firewood while she prepares to start the evening meal. Leaf stops Isabel for a moment, his expression serious as he prepares to speak with his companion privately. Isabel asks Leaf if he is also trying to help Oknoti, and he sheepishly admits his intentions are obvious. Leaf rests his chin on his hand, thoughtfully stating that he wants to help the mysterious child as well. Isabel explains she owes Oknoti her life and will protect her, even if the girl's backers are terrifying. Looking toward the woods, Leaf realizes that Oknoti is too stubborn to stop, even if they tried to intervene. Leaf exhales, wondering where he should even begin to address the many mysteries surrounding their young leader. A flashback reveals a stern man with a monocle and a somber maid, representing the intimidating family Oknoti serves. A sharp slicing sound rings out as a knife prepares the food, reflecting on Oknoti's impressive stealthy skills. Isabel smiles sadly, remarking that Oknoti is an amazing child in both impressive and heartbreakingly tragic ways. As she chops the meat with a steady rhythm, Isabel reveals she recently turned 18 and learned to help. Leaf confesses his past as a ticket scalper, while Isabel listens as she stirs the bubbling pot of stew. Isabel jokes about getting involved with a remarkable kid, and Leaf chuckles, agreeing that they are in deep. The two companions stand by the fire, their shadows stretching across the clearing as they bond over their mission. Hiding in the bushes, Oknoti and Sun O-chun gossip about whether the two older members are secretly dating. Oknoti suggests finding more quests, but Isabel sternly tells them to bring the firewood and stop talking nonsense. A system notification announces a new recipe added as the party gathers around the warm, crackling campfire. Oknoti's eyes sparkle with pure delight as she happily chomps down on a piece of roasted mongoose meat. Isabel expresses joy that everyone enjoyed the meal, unaware that the campfire smell has attracted unwanted attention. Sun O-chun senses movement in the dark, noting that a large group of people is approaching their camp. Footsteps echo through the woods as a group of shadowy figures emerges from the darkness toward the campfire. A man in a green coat leads the newcomers, arrogantly asking if the party has already cooked the meat. Leaf asks what the Western Noble Alliance wants, while Sun O-chun warns them to choose their words carefully. A man in a blue coat raises his hands, sweat beads forming as he insists they didn't come to fight. A low growl vibrates through the air as Sun O-chun's face contorts in rage, demanding their true purpose. The arrogant noble demands they be taught how to make a fire, claiming they want to eat meat too. Oknoti and Isabel stare in deadpan disbelief at the pathetic request from the self-proclaimed elite noble. Indignant, the noble Anthony identifies himself as a high-ranked swordsman, offended by their judgmental and silent gazes. Anthony demands help because they are commoners, causing Oknoti's eye to burn with a cold, threatening blue fire. Oknoti suggests leaving the area immediately, her face set in a determined and serious expression. Sun O-chun laughs at Oknoti's cleverness while dismissively rejecting those he believes feel entitled to their group's help. Sun Oh-chun huffs with focused exertion, preparing to demonstrate his overwhelming physical prowess to the surrounding students. A chaotic surge of power sends a group of students tumbling backward, leaving the observers in a state of shock. Sun Oh-chun gloats over the fallen students, proudly refusing to associate with those he considers lowly commoners. Students identify a troublesome noble as Baron Yutao's son, deciding to exclude his entire family from future festivals. Seeing the noble boy burst into tears, Aknoti finds her resolve softening despite the child's previous arrogance. Prince Anderson Purcell commands the crowd to stop, his authoritative arrival shifting the entire atmosphere of the scene. Aknoti recognizes the cold, blue-eyed Prince Anderson Purcell, the formidable leader of the Western Noble Alliance. Anderson sternly instructs the weeping boy to take responsibility for his words, offering a single chance for redemption. The noble boy tearfully apologizes to a skeptical Aknoti, who remains unimpressed by his sudden display of humility. Aknoti delivers a firm lecture on equality, leaving the noble boy nodding in desperate and fearful agreement. Aknoti offers to forgive the boy in exchange for a saved snack, prompting a surprised and hopeful reaction. Eager to please, the noble boy frantically searches through his pockets for what he calls emergency family rations. The boy presents fried bread, eliciting a joyful cheer from Aknoti as she celebrates her lucky find. While eating, Aknoti muses on the strange tradition of noble families being named after specific food dishes. Aknoti expresses concern about her own family's potential food origins, while a bewildered Isabel watches her friend in confusion. Sun Oh-chun and his teammate remark on Aknoti's kind heart, amused by how easily she was won over by food. Isabel affectionately pets Aknoti's head, expressing her sincere hope that the blonde girl continues to grow up this way. A system notification confirms a new recipe acquisition as Aknoti resolves to maintain her good behavior for a few days. The teammates share a lighthearted moment, jokingly questioning how long Aknoti's current good mood will actually last. Night turns to morning over the quiet campsite where rows of students remain tucked inside their sleeping bags. Aknoti bolts upright in her sleeping bag, her eyes wide with shock as a sudden scream pierces the morning air. Groggy students begin to stir in the clearing, while Aknoti looks around, trying to locate the source of the noise. Sun Oh-chun's eyes sparkle as his teammate mentions that a second quest has appeared in the nearby area. Thrilled by the prospect of more action, Sun Oh-chun eagerly agrees to take on the new challenge immediately. Isabel looks toward the forest with apprehension, noting that the ominous screams from the quest area haven't stopped. Isabel suggests investigating the nature of the quest first, while Aknoti begins to walk purposefully toward the commotion. Aknoti reminds Isabel that they still need to secure more points, while her friend reluctantly agrees with the logic. Nearby, Prince Anderson stands in quiet contemplation, his serious expression suggesting he is also focused on the quest. Anderson's group prepares to move toward the objective, their disciplined and serious demeanor contrasting with the other students. Anderson politely thanks the brown-haired man for his assistance before preparing to lead his own team forward. Anderson splits off from the group, leaving Aknoti to watch his departure with a sharp and calculating gaze. A large crowd of students follows Anderson's lead, moving through the sun-drenched forest toward the next trial. Isabel asks if they should move out as well, and Aknoti gives a small, determined nod of agreement. The academy students march through the trees, the sound of their footsteps echoing as they approach the quest location. A muscular instructor in camo gear and a red cap waits at a table, acknowledging the arrival of the participants. The quest details are revealed as a high-stakes competition to snatch a golden ball, with no retries allowed. The brown-haired man ponders the moral complexity of the quest, which seems designed to benefit many at a cost. Challenged to decide their next move, Oknodi explains that their group is too prominent to find willing opponents. Sun Oh-chun offers to compete solo, while Isabel looks on with a troubled expression, fearing for their group's unity. Trusting Oknodi's tactical judgment, the group considers her surprising proposal to quit the trial and move on. Oknodi reiterates her plan to skip the trial, her casual grin hiding a deeper strategic motive for the group. Sun Oh-chun protests the decision, confidently boasting that he could easily wipe the floor with all the other participants. Nearby students flinch in terror as Sun Oh-chun's intense and aggressive gaze sweeps across the clearing. Oknodi uses a sparkling, cute expression to plead with Sun Oh-chun to trust her leadership once more. Sun Oh-chun relents, admitting that Oknodi's instincts have consistently proven superior to his own gut feelings. Laughing at his teammates' tactical victory, Sun Oh-chun pats Oknodi's head, much to her mock annoyance. Oknodi reveals her concern over a potential trap, her sharp eyes fixed on a mysterious masked figure in the crowd. Oknodi warns that greed is a foolish mistake, reminding her team that protecting their ticket watches is the top priority. Trapped in constricting vines, a group of applicants screams in terror as they are hoisted into the air. Chuckling behind her cat mask, Minerva is asked how she possibly discovered the applicant's secret team-up. The vine trap is revealed as an intentional mousetrap designed to capture any group regardless of their alliances. A panicked applicant reaches out in desperation while complaining about the overwhelming intensity of the examiner's trap. With a mocking giggle, Minerva sends the failed group down to the lower-level re-exams for their underachievement. A flurry of bright light strikes the applicants' wrists as they scream, "No!" at their sudden disqualification. Picking her ear dismissively, Chibi Minerva reflects on gaining points while being called a monster by the failures. A hand grasps a radiant golden orb, a task score notification confirming a significant gain of 40 points. Minerva holds the glowing orb aloft, satisfied to have shattered the 50-point passing mark during the test. A memory of Oknodi's sharp focus flashes by, noting her as the first gate's top scorer with razor instincts. A sharp, "huh," escapes Minerva as she smiles slyly, intrigued by the potential of the high-ranking applicant. Gazing at the golden sphere, Minerva resolves to question the mysterious girl the next time they cross paths. Minerva wanders through the dense roots, giggling as she wonders if Oknodi is also a trained assassin. Pausing to scratch her arm, the masked examiner remains silent, seemingly lost in thought about her previous encounter. High above the forest, a persistent bzzz rings out as bugs swarm near the distant sunlit mountain peaks. A massive crowd of hopeful applicants gathers before a giant, weathered tent as the next phase begins. Two instructors in camo gear announce the start of the third quest, a high-stakes game of tag. Leaf and Sun Oh-chun look on with sweat-beaded brows, stunned by the sheer number of competing applicants. Shrugging off the pressure, Oknodi notes that everyone is desperate to reach the goal during these difficult times. Desperate applicants begin shoving and shouting, determined not to let anyone block their path to the next quest. Oknodi wears a confident smirk, eager for the points as the instructor warns everyone to review the rules. A wooden board outlines the complex rules for tag, including point gains for runners and penalties for taggers. Isabel and her companions stare in deadpan confusion, completely overwhelmed by the intricacy of the quest's rules. Oknodi tells Sun Oh-chun to focus on rules 5 and 6, leaving the monkey beastman looking utterly baffled. Flashing a wink and a thumbs up, Oknodi tells her teammates they can simply trust her once again. Leaf, Sun Oh-chun, and Isabel all blush with admiration, moved by Oknodi's unwavering and infectious confidence. An instructor in a purple cap, gestures toward the tent, offering food and medical aid in exchange for points. The instructor flashes a predatory grin, emphasizing that everything is for sale, provided one has the points. Shaking her head, Oknoti explains that the game allows them to gain and spend their points simultaneously. Sun Oh-chun is surprised to hear he will soon appreciate the head start Oknoti has secured for them. Oknoti rushes toward the camo-clad instructor, asking if she can purchase a specific item or specialized service. The instructor looks on with curiosity as Oknoti glances around cautiously before making her secret request. Tugging at the man's camouflage vest, Oknoti politely asks the tall instructor to lean down for a whisper. Oknoti whispers into the instructor's ear behind her hand while he listens intently to her unusual proposal. The instructor's expression turns serious as Oknoti continues her quiet explanation, her blue eyes wide with sincerity. Deep in thought, the instructor mumbles, while stroking his chin, carefully weighing the girl's bold request. Looking disappointed, Oknoti waits as the instructor asks for a moment to check with his superiors first. Oknoti watches in surprise as the instructor adjusts his headset to communicate with the higher-ups via radio. The instructor speaks privately into his microphone, his back turned to the curious and expectant blonde girl. Walking away with a solemn expression, the instructor leaves Oknoti standing alone and feeling slightly unsettled. Holding out a small device, the instructor informs Oknoti that the chief examiner wishes to speak with her directly. Oknoti reacts with shock as the communication spell is activated, realizing the examiner is listening right now. Tentatively holding the headset to her ear, Oknoti offers a nervous, "Hello?" as the magical connection crackles. Minerva asks if she's used the spell before, while a mortified Oknoti panics over answering like a normal phone. Standing deep in the forest, Minerva praises Oknoti's impressive creativity, while the girl cringes at her own blunder. Blushing and boasting, Oknoti brags about her skills as Minerva dryly suggests she should be more humble. Minerva informs a disheartened Oknoti that her request usually can't be granted, while the party watches in suspense. Minerva's pink eye glows with amusement as she decides to grant the request as a gesture of respect. Oknoti cheers with pure joy upon learning the desired item will only cost her 10 points. Leaf pumps his fist and cheers, praising Oknoti as something truly special for pulling off the impossible deal. Oknoti proudly reveals she purchased a permit to become a Black Hat instructor, securing a massive strategic advantage. Sun Oh-chun looks skeptical, questioning if the permit is actually impressive, while Leaf tells him to think harder. Leaf explains that the game never ends if the Black Hat instructor isn't found, as chibi figures illustrate the dilemma. His eyes lighting up with sudden realization, Leaf exclaims that he finally understands Oknoti's brilliant master plan. Oknoti gleefully asks if they recognize her greatness, while Sun Oh-chun remains slightly stunned by her clever exploit. Isabel affectionately pats Oknoti's head, calling her a genius as the young girl giggles with pure, unbridled joy. Oknoti explains the limitation. Even with the permit, they must still catch runners if one is picked as tagger. A group of 4 applicants, led by a man in a blue coat, emerges from the forest toward the party. Oknoti tilts her head in confusion as the man in the blue coat recognizes her from their previous journey. Identifying himself as Maximus, the man gestures with a glowing hand while looking nervous about the child's cold gaze. Oknoti reacts with chibi-style surprise, her finger to her chin as she struggles to remember the man's identity. Maximus sighs deeply, realizing he wasn't even on Oknoti's radar, despite their encounter on the airship. Waving his hands dramatically, Maximus tries to explain their shared history, while Oknoti and Isabel look on bewildered. A memory reveals Oaknody on an airship with 2 other children, looking confused about her current companion's origins. Maximus claims he was asked to look after her, raising a finger while his hand continues to glow red. Maximus warns of a nasty trap within this task, causing Oaknody to watch him with intense, suspicious focus. Oaknody points at a giant cartoonish mosquito, but Maximus clarifies that the trap is something much more subtle. Maximus looks serious, urging her to think hard because the current challenge is nothing more than an illusion. Close up on the man in the blue coat as he asks how she knows the instructor is nearby. Sun Oh-chun and his friends look startled as Maximus asks how Oaknody knows the instructor's exact location. Maximus points accusingly at the group, declaring that they are all essentially trapped within the center of the forest. Oaknody realizes the true trick of the bonus game involves a hidden conflict beyond just taggers and runners. A menacing black hat instructor with a glowing red eye lurks in the shadows, radiating a dangerous, predatory energy. Oaknody stands ready among a group of tense applicants as the surrounding environment glows with an oppressive red light. Oaknody contemplates the standard strategy of charging toward the forest center to confront the instructor head-on. Oaknody playfully sticks out her tongue as she effortlessly dodges a swift strike from a hidden, masked opponent. Leaf smiles knowingly while Sun Oh-chun looks on with a bewildered expression at the young girl's incredible reflexes. Maximus boasts about his superior wisdom, claiming Oaknody would have passed fairly if she had simply listened to him. Oaknody ignores the lecture, registering for a hide-and-seek challenge instead, much to Maximus's utter and visible fury. Isabel sweats nervously while watching a group of panicked applicants desperately restrain the shouting and indignant Maximus. Leaf and Sun Oh-chun offers sheepish apologies to the distant Maximus as Isabel registers for her own challenge. Oaknody leads her companions forward with a confident stride, determined to conquer the next phase of the exam. Leaf expresses concern for Oaknody's safety, but she dismisses his worries with calm, focused, and unwavering determination. Oaknody smiles brightly, explaining her group only has 1 tiger, and she started with 0 points anyway. Isabel and Sun Oh-chun watch Oaknody closely as she calculates how much time they've saved with her gamble. Isabel and Sun Oh-chun discuss finding a runner quickly, noting that every other applicant has seemingly vanished. Oaknody smirks with a knowing look, suggesting that things in the quiet forest are not quite as they seem. Oaknody walks toward a suspicious pile of dry branches, her attention caught by a subtle movement hidden within. Peering into the brush, Oaknody jokingly checks for fruit, while a hidden applicant watches her from the shadows. Whoosh! A surprise attack! Oaknody laughs and effortlessly dodges a lunge from a girl hidden in the leaves. Oaknody shrugs off the attempt, remarking that her sharp instincts are far too advanced for such a simple disguise. The red-haired girl, Dorothy, steps out of her hiding spot, impressed that someone saw through her act perfectly. In a series of panels, Dorothy offers a friendly handshake, which Oaknody accepts, only to be caught tight. Dorothy cheers triumphantly, revealing that the handshake counted as a tag, making Oaknody the official new tagger. Oaknody's expression darkens with a chilling smile as she asks Dorothy if she is truly that foolish. Oaknody's eyes glow with a terrifying blue light as she asks what happens when a tagger tags another tagger. Dorothy recoils in sheer horror, pointing a finger as she realizes she has made a catastrophic tactical mistake. A system notification reveals that Oaknody's points have reset as she successfully manipulates the game's complex rules. Oaknody stands smugly with crossed arms, while Dorothy collapses in despair over her sudden and massive point loss. Dorothy screams in frustration, demanding to know why a tagger would be running around with all the other applicants. Oaknody and her diverse party stand together, radiating a newfound sense of unity and shared purpose as they move forward. Dorothy, with her green eyes wide, looks up while asking a question with a confused and curious expression. Blushing deeply and looking down, Dorothy admits her complete and utter defeat in this phase of the game. Dorothy explains how her former friends betrayed her, leaving the red-haired girl feeling abandoned and alone in the forest. A painful memory reveals Dorothy's former group running away after tagging her, leaving her isolated against the trees. Oknoti points a finger and asks Dorothy about the specific direction the group of betrayers headed. Leaning down, Dorothy identifies the fleeing group as a merchant party, piquing the blonde girl's intense curiosity. Oknoti's eyes narrow while she mentions that the description reminds her of a very specific character she knows. Oknoti offers Dorothy some valuable information as a reward for the help the red-haired girl provided. Oknoti whispers a secret into Dorothy's ear, leaving the green-eyed girl visibly shocked by the sudden revelation. Dorothy is stunned into silence as Oknoti walks away, the blonde girl's silhouette fading into the sunlit forest. Oknoti smiles brightly, declaring her genuine affection for people who share her unique and bold perspective. Dorothy watches silently from behind as the group moves on, her expression a mix of awe and lingering confusion. Dorothy marches ahead with a firm resolve, leaving the blonde girl's group behind to forge her own path. Oknoti leads her team across a muddy trail, carefully tracking the many footprints left by the lead group. A system notification appears as Oknoti successfully gains experience points for her increasingly impressive tracking skills. Isabel expresses doubt about finding the betrayers in the forest, but Oknoti remains focused on her target. Oknoti points toward a dense thicket, urging her companions to look closer at a potential hiding spot nearby. Leaf notes a fork in the path, while Sun Oh-chun cheers with fiery and unbridled enthusiasm. Oknoti flatly refuses a suggestion, her arms crossed firmly while Sun Oh-chun looms behind her with a grin. Oknoti shakes her head, explaining that while points matter, there is something far more important at stake right now. Oknoti raises a fist in a passionate declaration while her friends watch with various degrees of bewilderment. Isabel mentioned disease-carrying pests, illustrated by a cartoonish mosquito, while explaining the subtle dangers of the dense forest. Oknoti grins wickedly while mentioning poison resistance training, causing Sun Oh-chun and Leaf to recoil in sudden terror. Sun Oh-chun boasts about handling the muscle work, while Leaf offers Oknoti a helpful and friendly piggyback ride. Oknoti ponders why their teamwork has suddenly improved so much, her finger to her chin in deep confusion. A mysterious black-clad figure in a tricorn hat announces a mandatory 2-hour rest period for all applicants. The instructor watches the exhausted applicants, encouraging them to hunt or take on side quests as they please. Leaf huffs with exhaustion while carrying Oknoti, who thanks him with a bright, cheerful, and encouraging smile. Sun Oh-chun scans the horizon, noting how the lead group quickly completed their side tasks like mice. Panicked applicants struggle with the dilemma of whether to pursue side quests or focus on the main objective. Oknoti observes several high-profile applicants, including Northern Duchess Irene and the Eastern Swordsman Xing, moving through the woods. A red-haired pirate woman with shark-like teeth spins her pistol with a menacing, predatory, and confident grin. Tang! Tang! Jigoku fires her gun into the air as terrified and exhausted applicants scramble for safety. Tang! Tang! Jigoku shoots a bird out of the sky, catching the creature with casual and expert precision. Leaf and Sun Oh-chun discuss the pirate's fearsome reputation, questioning why such a dangerous person is here.
Oaknoti stands her ground as Jigoku approaches, the pirate woman looming over the small and expectant blonde girl.
Okanoti looks on in surprise as Jigoku holds out the bird she just shot with a casual gesture. Jigoku grins, offering the meat to Okanoti so the child can grow up to be big and strong. Stuttering a nervous thank you, Okanoti accepts the heavy bird from the formidable and surprisingly generous pirate woman. Leaf watches in total disbelief as Oaknoti blushes, seemingly winning over the beast out of hell with ease. Drooling slightly, Oaknoti declares that Jikoku is a good person now, much to her friend's shared confusion. The group is stunned, realizing Oaknoti can be won over by anyone offering her a decent meal. Oaknoti wipes her mouth, embarrassed by her friend's stares as they watch her react to the pirate's gift. Leaf points out a system notification for a betrayer event, leaving Oaknoti curious about the new development. A hand points toward a group of applicants, suggesting they could be bribed if one has the points. Oaknoti asks how Leaf found the group, and he explains it was simply by reading their expressions. Leaf explains that guilt has a very specific look, demonstrated by 2 applicants looking incredibly nervous. Sun Oh-chun is impressed, while Leaf shrugs and claims reading emotions is a basic skill for any merchant. A close-up of Oaknoti reveals her sudden realization as she finally remembers a vital piece of information. The narrative introduces an upperclassman duo who usually train together in the woods as a reliable supporting cast. Though they normally breeze through tests, things shift as Oaknoti interacts with the brown-haired Isabel in the forest. Everything changes now that Oaknoti has gotten involved, and she charges forward with a bright, determined smile. Hidden nearby, Mouse signals the ape-like man to wait and watch the unfolding scene for a moment. Oaknoti suddenly rushes toward Yui, a green-haired girl in a red jacket, catching her completely off guard. Yui asks what the girl wants, while her partner Rockfell sighs, explaining they are currently out of options. Oaknoti's expression turns chillingly serious as she asks if they were the ones who refused to help Dorothy. Rockfell and Yui are visibly shaken, sweating as they wonder how Oaknoti could possibly know about their encounter. Oaknoti confirms she met Dorothy, while the narrative explains the complex favorability mechanics within the Academy's game system. A glowing heart notification describes an infamous event where Yui eventually abandons Rockfell to join the main character. Oaknoti observes a flashback of Yui's betrayal, finally realizing why Rockfell is known for being such a pushover. Rockfell kneels in a spotlight of shame, admitting he deserves his fate after ditching a friend in need. Yui mockingly feigns tears for Dorothy, while Rockfell remains slumped in a state of deep, visible depression. Oaknoti's eyes glow with an eerie blue light as she prepares to deal with the 2 identified betrayers. With a terrifying smirk, Oaknoti fixes her gaze on the traitors, her predatory aura filling the immediate area. Slap! Oaknoti tags Yuis back with a swift strike, causing the green-haired girl to cry out in sudden shock. A sharp beep sounds as Yui looks around in total confusion, stunned by the girl's sudden physical contact. A system notification reveals Yui's points have surged, making her realize Oaknoti just forced her into the game. Oaknoti stands triumphantly with her arms crossed, confirming with a bright smile that she was indeed the tagger. The narrative highlights Rockfell's eternal cycle of guilt, showing him clutching his head in a fit of despair. In contrast, Yui is shown quickly moving on to her next target, effortlessly dropping her guilt to find favor. Oaknoti waves a cheerful goodbye, wishing them a difficult path ahead for the sake of the abandoned Dorothy. Panicking, Yui demands that Rockfell seize the blonde girl, but he looks on with hollow, deadened eyes. Yui recoils, unsettled by Rockfell's vacant expression as he stares back at her with a chilling, silent intensity. Recalling her own words, Rockfell realizes that taggers are merely baggage, and sometimes even the closest friends are ditched. Rockfell turns to leave as Yui collapses in despair, screaming for him not to abandon her in the forest. Desperate and crawling on the ground, Yui questions if Rockfell can even find the instructor without her help. Yui attempts to bribe Oknoti with gold coins, but the blonde girl remains unimpressed by the merchant's daughter's offer. Oknoti playfully sticks out her tongue and rejects the bribe, noting that she already possesses more than enough wealth. Oknoti holds up a black hat that radiates a brilliant blue light, catching the attention of everyone nearby. By donning the hat, Oknoti reveals that touching it ends the game instantly, making the hunt for instructors unnecessary. From the shadows, Mouse notes that Oknoti acted too quickly, though the ape man watches her with intense curiosity. Adjusting the black hat, Oknoti explains she chose this path specifically to give Rockfell one final chance. Oknoti extends a hand toward Rockfell, offering him a way out while asking for his final decision. Rockfell stares at the outstretched hand in total disbelief, his eyes widening as he processes the unexpected offer. Oknoti's companions gather around as a system notification confirms that Sun Oh-chun has successfully escaped the tag game. Yui screams in absolute horror as the group prepares to move on, leaving her isolated and defeated. Trembling, Yui begs not to be left alone, but Rockfell remains silent as he looks down at her. A system notification appears as Oknoti touches Rockfell, confirming he has also successfully escaped the tag game. Yui reaches out one last time, her face twisted in desperation as Oknoti begins to walk away. Oknoti winks and offers a final refusal, while a notification reveals she has also escaped the game. Wisps of dark energy dissipate from Oknoti's hand as she leaves the stunned Rockfell standing behind her. Left alone in the dim forest, Yui trembles with fear, wondering why her betrayal has led to this. Oknoti's eyes look cold and hollow as she declares that this entire ordeal was Dorothy's well-deserved revenge. Oknoti explains that she wants her future classmates to be decent people, leaving the sobbing Yui behind. Contemplating her rewards, Oknoti peers at a glowing system screen as she calculates her next strategic move. Oknoti smirks at the idea of collecting affection points, finding the concept far less important than her goals. A purple-haired man looks on with a disgusted expression as Oknoti dismisses his potential affection as gross. Oknoti shrugs off Rockfell's concern with a casual remark, maintaining her confident and unbothered demeanor. Oknoti waves her hand dismissively, asking how someone who abandons friends could ever truly help anyone else. Rockfell somberly accepts Oknoti's assessment of his weakness, his eyes downcast in sudden and heavy resignation. With a respectful bow, Rockfell thanks Oknoti and vows never to forget her unexpected and profound kindness. Oknoti remains silent as she watches Rockfell walk away into the misty and quiet depth of the woods. Mouse questions Oknoti's sentimentality, but she dismisses his concern with a casual, confident, and nonchalant shrug. Scratching her head, Oknoti notes that whatever happens next to the betrayers is ultimately up to Dorothy herself. A determined glint returns to Oknoti's eyes as she prepares to resume her original mission in the forest. A system notification displays that Giselle, Sun Oh-chun, and Isabel are currently tied with 72 points each. Oknoti stretches enthusiastically, declaring they only need to follow Minerva to reach the final goal of the trial. Minerva smirks beneath her mask, acknowledging Oknoti's progress with a predatory and interested gaze while adjusting her hat. Duchess Irene sits alone by a tree, complaining about the frigid and uncomfortable temperature of the forest ground. Nearby applicants struggle with hunger and exhaustion, openly contemplating forfeiture just to escape the harsh and cold conditions. Irene remains stoic and distant, telling a concerned male applicant not to mind her as she rests alone. Recalling the suffering of Northern soldiers, Irene pulls out a rugged camouflage ration package to sustain her failing energy. Horrified by Irene's awful food, the applicant begs her to take his own emergency rations instead of that mess. Irene accepts the man's offer with a blank expression, showing the internal burden of her many royal responsibilities. A vision of fallen soldiers in the snow reinforces Irene's resolve to endure any hardship during the academy trials. Chewing her food, Irene reflects on how she is far more accustomed to poor meals than her spoiled peers. Irene's attention is suddenly captured by a heavenly and delicious scent wafting through the dense sunlit trees. Standing up with renewed energy, Irene demands to know the source of that incredible and mouth-watering smell. A sizzle sounds as Oknati's group grills mushrooms, looking far more comfortable than any other applicants in the woods. Irene stares at the campfire in wide-eyed shock, her mouth watering at the sight of the sizzling, golden mushrooms. The applicant assumes Irene wants the food, but the Duchess is momentarily frozen by the sight of the meal. Irene feigns indifference, claiming she was merely scouting her rival's success in securing supplies for the long journey. Sweating nervously, Irene is caught off guard when the man asks if she truly intends to skip the food. The applicant points out that Oknoti is actually selling the mushrooms to the other hungry students for a price. Oknoti happily provides a plate of mushrooms to a buyer, surrounded by a cheerful and very profitable aura. Irene remains suspicious and guarded, wondering if the girl's food offer is actually a clever and dangerous trap. Oknoti spots Irene and begins walking toward her, causing the Duchess to recoil in sudden and visible surprise. A steady thudding of boots echoes as Oknoti closes the distance between herself and the flustered Northern Duchess. Oknoti looms close to the startled Irene, who stares down at the small blonde girl in total confusion. The scene transitions as the trial's intense atmosphere shifts toward the final and most difficult phase of the exam. Oknoti gazes up at Irene with an unreadable expression, maintaining the tension of their sudden and awkward encounter. Breaking the silence, Oknoti's face suddenly lights up with a radiant, friendly, and incredibly infectious smile. Oknoti offers a glowing blue sphere, while her friends flee in terror from the girl's creepy and intense aura. Giselle and Mouse drag Oknoti away as Irene realizes the dangerous-looking object was merely a harmless purple lollipop. The applicant scolds the Duchess, noting how mean it was to reject a child's simple and well-intentioned candy. Giselle exhales in relief while Mouse holds a pouting Oknoti, ending their strange and brief interaction with Irene. Oknoti fumes with frustration, deeply annoyed that her plan to bond with a main character failed so miserably. Leaf approaches Oknoti with a can of mosquito spray, reminding her to prepare for the pests of the woods. A hiss sounds as Leaf sprays the repellent, questioning why Oknoti finds the tiny insects so personally offensive. Oknoti winks confidently, hinting that the spray will serve a much more strategic and vital purpose very soon. A massive throng of applicants gathers in a clearing, their collective murmurs filling the dense and humid forest air. Minerva stands before 3 wooden signs, congratulating the crowd for managing to keep pace with her expert lead. The group wonders if they have finally reached the goal, their faces filled with desperate hope and exhaustion. Minerva clarifies she was only being polite, leaving the applicants in a state of comical and stunned silence. Points are deducted as a foot steps onto a glowing purple magic circle, signaling a sudden new event. Enveloped in crackling magical energy, Minerva announces her immediate departure and bids the panicked applicants good luck. Minerva vanishes in a blinding surge of light, leaving the frantic and frustrated students behind in the clearing. Oknoti grins mischievously, realizing her mosquito repellent is about to become the most valuable item in the entire forest. 3 final paths to the goal appear on weathered signs, marking the official beginning of the trial's end. 3 path options appear before the applicants, while a talking tree startles the exhausted group from above. A woman in a green cap offers to sell mosquito repellent for points to the struggling applicants. The woman in the green cap looks surprised when a male applicant asks about her spray repellent. Laughing heartily, the woman explains she cannot sell the spray without ruining her ointment sales. A red-haired man wearing an eye patch suggests using magic circles to avoid the pests instead. Shocked, the red-haired man watches as system notifications block the teleportation circle due to mosquito venom. Pointing and laughing, Mouse mocks the red-haired man's embarrassing failure in front of the other applicants. Infuriated, the red-haired man challenges Mouse to a private fight to settle their differences immediately. Giselle and Mouse discuss the strange restriction on teleporting while poisoned, finding the rule quite unusual. A grim flashback illustrates that while magic is often banned for wounds, this specific restriction is new. Oknoti questions Giselle's knowledge, while the man with the brown ponytail looks confused by her inquiry. Oknoti explains that teleporting while poisoned causes the venom to spread much faster through the body. Nodding together, Oknoti and Giselle conclude that the trial is designed to test the applicant's practical experience. Standing within a purple magic circle, Oknoti winks confidently because her group avoided all the mosquito bites. A system notification appears on a blue screen, announcing a 10-point deduction for using the shortcut. Minerva watches with surprise as Oknoti's group teleports into the clearing, successfully completing the difficult trek. Minerva approaches the group, praising their impressive skill in avoiding every mosquito throughout the dense forest. Oknoti flatly denies buying ointment after Minerva assumes they used it to bypass the dangerous insects. Smirking, Minerva taps her nose and claims her ranger senses can smell the spray repellent they used.
Sweat beads on Oknoti's face as Isabel whispers that the examiner easily saw through her clever plan.
Minerva spreads her arms wide and enthusiastically congratulates the entire group for passing the current trial. Isabel cheers for their victory as Giselle notices his point total has risen to 112. System notifications display that Oknoti, Mouse, and Isabel have each reached 112 points. Shrugging nonchalantly, Minerva explains that simply finishing the stage on time earns everyone 50 bonus points. Giselle questions the purpose of the side quests, prompting Minerva to explain the round's focus on survival. Minerva lectures the applicants on budget management and the importance of using items smartly during real adventures. Contemplating the lesson, Giselle listens as a chibi-style Minerva continues her speech about the essentials of adventuring. Minerva questions if Oknoti already knew the secret, but the blonde girl confidently shrugs off the inquiry. Giselle, Isabel, and Mouse whisper among themselves about the effectiveness of the poison candy they encountered. Oknoti announces her departure for a bathroom break, leaving her companions looking puzzled and slightly annoyed. Skipping happily through the woods, Oknoti heads toward a small house as the bright sun shines down. Oknoti looks around cautiously before slipping into a hiding spot behind the wooden building to be alone. Grinning, Oknoti reveals a pouch filled with glowing yellow, blue, and green stat stones she has collected. Oknoti holds up a radiant yellow stone, noting that these items stop working once stats exceed 20. Squeezing the stone, Oknoti reflects on the efficiency of using small cap stones before her stats grow higher. Oknoti smiles cutely while blushing, deciding to save the most powerful stones for a more strategic time. A sudden voice interrupts Oknoti's private moment, causing her to recoil in absolute, wide-eyed terror. Oknoti gazes up at the black hat instructor perched on a tree branch, recognizing him with sudden dread. Trembling with a pale face, Oknodi realizes that real veterans know the instructor's true and dangerous identity. Tilting his head, the black hat instructor is revealed to be a familiar summoned and controlled by Minerva. Minerva's familiar looks down with glowing red eyes, noting he has met a candidate like Oknodi before. Oknodi stares blankly as the instructor repeats his claim about seeing an examinee like her in the past. Comically shocked, Oknodi asks if he means a rival collector, but the instructor quickly dismisses her guess. The instructor mentions the Wayamhai Foundation and her poison training, leaving Oknodi looking completely stunned and horrified. Visuals of masked agents appear as Oknodi realizes Wayamhai is her butler's name, confirming her scholarship status. The instructor demands to know the Foundation's real goal, but Oknodi tearfully defends her butler's honor. Questioned about why the Foundation gathers orphans, Oknodi cries and insists that she still has a father. Wailing in frustration, Oknodi screams about her father, while the instructor awkwardly apologizes for his blunt questions. Minerva's focused gaze peers through her familiar's eyes, noting that the young child is not to blame. Giselle and Mouse look around the quiet forest, wondering why Oknodi has taken so long to return. Oknodi blushes deeply and insists she wasn't crying, despite her companion's obvious skepticism at her flustered face. Giselle and Isabel tease Oknodi about her red eyes, demanding to know who upset the small blonde girl. A pair of hands firmly pinches the cheeks of Giselle and Mouse to stop their relentless and annoying questioning. Isabel gently pats Oknodi's head while the two punished boys sulk in the background from their painful cheek pinching. Offering comfort, Isabel wipes Oknodi's face with a cloth and promises that the whole team is on her side. Oknodi wrinkles her nose in disgust, bluntly complaining that Isabel's handkerchief smells strongly like sweat. Despite the smell, Oknodi's eyes sparkle with warmth as she feels a true sense of belonging with her group. Giselle happily sets up folding chairs, suggesting the group take a break while waiting for the other examinees. The quiet checkpoint stands empty as the group realizes it will be a long time before more students arrive. Time passes peacefully as the friends rest together in the middle of the sunny and quiet forest clearing. As the sun sets, the strongest supporting and main characters finally begin arriving at the forest finish line. Irene and other elite candidates appear, having used advanced magic circles to bypass the grueling trek through the woods. Another full day passes, leaving a sleepy Oknodi to rub her eyes as more examinees finally reach the goal. The last group of exhausted students collapses in the clearing after braving mosquitoes and taking the long path. From a distance, the black hat instructor silently watches the bedraggled survivors gather near the wooden finish gate. A sudden boom sounds as the instructor announces the second round of the exam is officially over. The instructor reveals the final statistics, noting that only 23 candidates managed to finish the trial on time. 149 students dropped out, leaving a pink-haired applicant looking frustrated and defeated by her failure. Unbothered, Oknodi snacks while noting that most candidates at least managed to tag the instructor during the run. Seeing the pink-haired girl's distress, Oknodi offers to share a helpful tip in return for the advice she received. Oknodi whispers a secret strategy to the girl, who reacts with a look of pure, wide-eyed, and total shock. Mouse questions why the timeout students are even there, prompting Oknodi to admit it is a very good question. Minerva's internal thoughts reveal her plan to split the disqualified and withdrawn groups for a specific and hidden purpose. An applicant loudly demands an explanation for why those who ran out of time are still present at the clearing. Casually scratching his ear, the instructor clarifies he never actually said the timeout students were fully disqualified. The instructor explains that those who finished late simply miss out on the 50 bonus points, delighting the crowd. Overjoyed by the news, Isabel grabs Oknoti's hands and cheers for their collective survival and success. Mouse lets out a triumphant roar as he celebrates their victory with a fiery aura of pure excitement. The names of other passers are announced as the remaining group murmurs about the lack of further complaints. The instructor lectures the survivors, stating that true adventuring involves much more than just raw power and skill. Bidding the group follow him, the instructor announces the start of the third and final phase of the exam. Irene looks back with a cold and suspicious gaze, clearly wary of Oknoti's mysterious and impressive performance. Oknoti feels the pressure of the crowd, realizing her high scores have made her a primary person of interest. Giselle and Mouse note that everyone is watching Oknoti now that she has twice been the top scorer. Master Myung-ho, an elderly and stoic figure, makes his entrance to guide the successful students. As Oknoti walks, the masked girl named Zhuang begins to creep up behind her with a soft and ominous whisper. Startled, Oknoti jumps when the masked girl suddenly addresses her directly in the middle of the sunny path. Oknoti stares in total confusion, wondering why this mysterious and creepy candidate is suddenly talking to her. The masked girl is identified as Zhuang, the binding assassin, a dangerous and unpredictable character. Zhuang explains her status as a landmine character from a side quest that has only a tiny chance of appearing. Oknoti denies being an assassin, but Zhuang immediately calls her a liar with a knowing and mischievous smile. Zhuang reveals she is impressed because Oknoti was the only person able to see through her hidden skills. Sweating nervously, Oknoti claims her abilities come simply from her status as a player in this world. Zhuang excitedly asks where Oknoti learned her techniques, showing an unexpected and intense curiosity about the girl's training. Oknoti lies and claims her butler and maid trained her, which leaves Zhuang feeling strangely and visibly jealous. Oknoti finds the assassin's sudden friendliness awkward as she tries to maintain her lie about learning from a mentor. A dark mental vision depicts the true Zhuang, a ruthless killer who would normally pick a fight instantly. Oknoti wonders if her own friendliness has accidentally tamed the dangerous landmine character from the side quest. Mouse jokes that Oknoti has finally found a friend who is just as strange as she is. Annoyed, Oknoti clutches her head in frustration, while Mouse laughs heartily at her new and very clingy companion. Startled by a sudden, light tap on her shoulder, Oknoti looks back to find the masked girl standing close. Tilting her head, Zhuang ominously offers to eliminate anyone bothering Oknoti as a dark purple aura surrounds her mask. A chill of pure dread runs down Oknoti's spine as she realizes the dangerous nature of the masked assassin. Standing in the sunlit woods, Zhuang waits for an answer after offering to violently handle Oknoti's potential enemies. Sweating nervously, Oknoti considers the risks of being too friendly with an assassin known as a dangerous side character. With a look of absolute terror, the blonde girl quickly rejects the violent offer to keep the peace. Reflecting on her journey, Oknoti watches her companions and wonders when she became so deeply attached to them all. A bright, happy smile lights up Oknoti's face as she celebrates having no big-name NPCs in her group. Waving a cheerful goodbye, Oknoti heads back to her team while the masked Zhuang watches her go in silence. Feeling a rush of affection, Oknoti runs to catch up with Isabel, Giselle, and Mouse in the quiet forest. A narrative shift announces that while the second round tested creativity, the third phase is a different challenge entirely. Scenes of intense combat show Irene shattering an orc with ice, while a swordsman slashes through enemy ranks. Standing amidst the rubble of the battlefield, the elite candidates prepare for the next stage of their grueling examination. Catching her breath, Irene wipes a drop of sweat from her brow, and questions the unusual intensity of the trial. Memories of a relentless war haunt the scene as Irene kneels amidst a field of swords marking countless graves. Determined to find answers, Irene unleashed a massive burst of magical energy to decimate the monstrous foes before her. Oknobi's cheerful laughter contrasts with Irene's internal frustration about being outranked by a child during the recent evaluations. Inspecting a small black stone, Irene realizes there was a strategic purpose behind Oknobi's seemingly odd collection habits. A glowing blue window reveals the official exam results, listing the 44 students accepted into the advanced class. Panels display various successful candidates, from Oknobi's friendly team to the cold gazes of the Academy's top elites. Diverse examinees gather in the Grand Hall, their expressions ranging from intense focus to nervous anticipation for what's next. Tugging her hair, Oknobi asks Mouse if he is surprised by the number of students who survived the ordeal. Giselle approaches Oknobi to ask for clarification on the mysterious group classifications assigned to the successful students. Pointing to a map, Oknobi explains the geographical origins of the frontier, central, and special student groups. Oknobi clarifies to Giselle and Mouse that the students aren't being split, but were tested at different sites. Isabel grows suspicious of Oknobi's extensive knowledge, prompting the blonde girl to make a flustered excuse about lessons. A tall woman in a red gown approaches, her presence catching Oknobi by surprise in the crowded hall. Hiding behind a red fan, the mysterious Arcadia is introduced as a high-ranking member of the Noble Alliance. Oknobi reacts with comical surprise as the glamorous noblewoman stands before her, radiating an aura of high status. Twirling with her fan, Arcadia boastfully describes her sense of style and her readiness for the coming winter. Arcadia strikes a pose while Mouse, Isabel, and Giselle watch with blank, unimpressed faces at her sudden vanity. Snapping her fingers, Arcadia decides to be generous toward Oknobi's group as they begin to walk away. Oknobi's attention is immediately caught by the mention of fried squid and a chance for exclusive girl talk. Sharing a meal on the floor, Oknobi and Arcadia bond over food, while Giselle and Mouse watch in confusion. Stuffed with fried squid, Oknobi's eyes sparkle as she declares Arcadia her new absolute favorite person in the world. A sudden call for Miss Oknobi startles the girl mid-chew as a man in a conical hat approaches. The messenger informs a flustered Oknobi that examiner Minerva has requested an immediate and private meeting with her. Clinging to a small note, Oknobi trembles with anxiety, wondering what trouble she might be in this time. The scene shifts to a lavish office where the masked examiner Minerva sits comfortably sipping tea. Poking her head into the room, a nervous Oknobi asks why she has been summoned to the examiner's office. Minerva calmly drinks her tea and assures the panicking girl that she isn't there to be scolded. Looking over the documents, Minerva explains the group distribution system, while Oknobi listens from across the table. Minerva delivers a shocking revelation that Oknobi is completely unregistered in the archives, causing a moment of total panic. Sweating profusely, Oknobi tries to deny the claim, while Minerva remains unmoved, continuing her calm tea-sipping routine. Minerva explains that unregistered people are placed in Group C and lose their freedom, causing Oknobi to wail. Horrific mental images of failed events plague Oknobi as she realizes her future plans are in serious jeopardy. Desperate and tearful, Oaknody begs Minerva to overlook the registration issue just once, but she is strictly denied. A purple vortex swirls around a screaming Oaknody as she learns she must be under constant instructor supervision. Minerva casually admits she was only joking about the constant supervision, leaving Oaknody looking utterly drained and blank. With a quick, sharp snap of her fingers, Minerva beckons Oaknody to listen as the girl stares in bewilderment. Oaknody gasps in shock and joy as she recognizes the familiar figure standing before her. Jonah, the refined butler with a monocle and mustache, bows deeply to greet his young mistress. A narrative window confirms Jonah's status as a perfectly loyal butler who responds instantly to a whistle's call. Overwhelmed with emotion, Oaknody lunges forward and throws her arms around Jonah in a tight, joyful hug. Jonah stands stoically as he is identified as Oaknody's only trustworthy companion in this complex world. Placing a firm hand on Oaknody's head, Jonah strictly commands her to compose herself despite her excitement. Rubbing her sore head, Oaknody tearfully laments that despite her growth, her butler remains far more powerful. Jonah formally requests a private audience with Oaknody, his back turned to the seated, masked Minerva. Minerva casually grants permission for the private conversation, while Jonah stands ready to lead Oaknody away. The scene shifts as Minerva exits, leaving Oaknody and Jonah alone in the grand, sun-drenched library. Suddenly serious, Jonah grabs Oaknody by the shoulders and demands her absolute attention for a grave warning. Jonah's intense and shadowed gaze looms over the young girl, signaling the weight of the coming revelation. Oaknody looks up at her butler with concern, sensing the shift in his normally calm and composed demeanor. A magical circle glows beneath Oaknody and her friends as they prepare for their next trials in the forest. Oaknody stands proudly among her peers, her talent clearly setting her apart from the other successful examinees. Despite her current success, Jonah's stern face reflects the dark realities lurking behind her achievements and status. Oaknody's eyes sparkle with determination as she reflects on the amazing progress she has made as a player. Hugging Jonah again, Oaknody is reminded that her scholarship ties her permanently to the powerful YHM High Foundation. Gripping her shoulders once more, Jonah prepares to disclose the hidden dangers of the Foundation's seemingly generous support. Leaning in close, Jonah stresses the importance of his words as Oaknody listens with a look of surprise. Jonah reveals his own past as a former Foundation scholar to explain his deep knowledge of their methods. Warning: Oaknody of a coming crossroads. Jonah clarifies that the Foundation's backing is never given out of kindness. A dark vision depicts Oaknody chained to a heavy burden, symbolizing the devotion the Foundation will eventually demand. Back in the library, Oaknody acknowledges the warning with a solemn look, as Jonah remains kneeling before her. Jonah offers Oaknody a chance at freedom if she chooses to reject the Foundation's future backing entirely. Presenting a document, Jonah urges Oaknody to consider the Academy's offer to create a completely new identity. Jonah produces a glowing blue pen, explaining that signing the paper is her only path to true independence. Oaknody stares at the document and pen in silence, processing the heavy choice she must now make. Jonah admits that choosing freedom would mean parting ways with him forever, as his loyalty belongs to the Foundation. With tears streaming down her face, Oaknody vehemently rejects the offer, refusing to ever abandon her beloved butler. Moved by her loyalty, Jonah gently pats Oaknody's head while she cries, touched by her unwavering trust. Jonah feels a sense of shameful satisfaction, knowing Oaknody has chosen him despite the irreversible path ahead. Oaknody shakes her head vigorously, insisting she can overcome any obstacle without sacrificing her bond with Jonah. When Jonah questions if she can really change her fate, Oknoti responds with a look of absolute confidence. Radiating a golden aura, Oknoti boldly declares that she can succeed because she is the player of this world. Oknoti explains her plan to help her father, leaving a sweating Jonah bewildered by her unique logic. Flashing a mischievous and confident smile, Oknoti insists that supporting her family is the most natural path. A symbolic birdcage stands open, yet Oknoti remains inside by choice, as Jonah watches her with quiet acceptance. A dark, mysterious energy swirls around Jonah as he gazes forward with an intense and resolute expression. Oknoti clutches her whistle pendant, reaffirming her belief that Jonah will always be on her side. A close-up of the silver whistle sparkles as Oknoti expresses her deep trust in her butler's loyalty. Looking up at Jonah, Oknoti's expression softens as the heavy tension of their conversation finally begins to fade. Excitedly waving her arms, Oknoti begins to tell Jonah all about her adventures during the difficult entrance exam. A chilling memory of a past threat reminds Jonah that any failure to control Oknoti could lead to his disposal. Holding hands, the pair stands together in the library, their bonds strengthened despite the looming threats from the organization. Fidgeting shyly, Oknoti addresses Jonah again, her earlier excitement replaced by a moment of quiet hesitation. Oknoti asks Jonah when they will meet again, her expression full of longing for her companion. Jonah explains the Academy's strict visitation rules, limiting official sponsors and proxies to only one visit per month. Oknoti pouts and grumbles about the unfairness of the world's realistic restrictions, while Jonah looks on in confusion. Jonah warns Oknoti to behave normally to avoid bullying, but she boastfully claims she has already made many friends. Jonah notes Oknoti's special nature, while the blonde girl chatters away excitedly with her eyes closed. The scene shifts as Oknoti walks toward the grand, sunlit interior of the Academy's massive entrance hall. Noticing Jonah's departure, Oknoti stops in her tracks and turns back to speak with her butler. Waving her hand high, Oknoti shouts a cheerful and energetic farewell to her loyal companion Jonah. Leaving her butler behind, Oknoti walks confidently into the sun-drenched hallway of the massive Academy building. An expansive aerial view reveals the majestic Gift Academy, secluded within a rugged mountain range and rocky cliffs. Robed staff members explain the Academy's strict dimensional gates, serving as a teleportation-only entry for student safety. Prospective students, including a blonde noble and a monkey-faced youth, listen intently to the official security briefing. A robed examiner loudly commands all incoming students to prepare their bags for a mandatory inspection of items. Guards immediately detect forbidden magical equipment at the first checkpoint, flagging a brown-haired student for banned items. The monkey-faced student is caught red-handed trying to smuggle powerful gear, much to his obvious sheepish embarrassment. An official that oversized weapons requires specific permits, leaving the monkey-faced boy sounding completely incredulous. Oknoti watches the strict confiscation process with a look of extreme skepticism and growing anxiety about her gear. A tray displays Oknoti's confiscated inventory, including her compass, glowstones, rescue mirrors, and various steel knives. Oknoti wails in protest as a robed examiner stoically confiscates her entire survival kit, despite her frantic complaints. The blonde girl is visibly shocked when she hears about the system of earning points for item permissions. An instructor clarifies that entrance exam points serve as a starting balance for all freshmen at the Academy. Oknoti looks on in wonder as she is introduced to the magic watch that tracks every student's points. Excited to regain her gear, Oknoti points forward and eagerly offers to spend her points on usage permissions. A sharp pinging sound sounds as a system notification appears, leaving Oknoti looking utterly stunned and confused. Floating blue windows deliver the crushing news that freshmen are strictly prohibited from applying for equipment usage permits. Trembling with frustration, Oknoti demands an explanation, while the robed examiner lets out a weary, resigned sigh. A final declaration confirms all of Oknoti's gear will be held in storage, causing her to scream out. Oknoti wails in absolute despair as the reality of her confiscated survival tools sinks in once more. While Oknoti sulks, the robed examiner notes the unfortunate situation to another student watching the dramatic scene. The ponytailed student interrupts the mage to request a brief, private moment regarding the blonde girl's confiscated items. Confused by the sudden interruption, the robed mage turns as the ponytailed student gestures toward Oknoti. A quick exchange occurs as the ponytail-wearing student hands over a small pouch to the robed academy official. The student approaches Oknoti, handing her two small, dark bags that appear to contain her confiscated supplies. Oknoti stares at the returned items in total bewilderment, wondering how the student managed to retrieve them. The kind student tells Oknoti that a simple thank you is the correct response for this situation. Flashing a brilliant and joyful smile, Oknoti clutches her regained supplies, her earlier despair completely forgotten. The ponytailed student gently pats Oknoti's head while his friends look on during the heartwarming exchange. The scene shifts to a bald, bearded master who looks up with a start as someone approaches him. A robed examiner asks the bald master if the student inspections have concluded safely without any major incidents. The bald master questions if any terrorists were caught with bombs, prompting the examiner to scratch his head. The examiner presents a report on Oknoti, explaining her unique and dangerous poison resistance training regime. A dark aura surrounds the bald master as he questions the extreme danger of the poison Oknoti is consuming. A sudden, violent surge of purple energy chokes the examiner as the master reacts with overwhelming emotional power. Gasping for air, the examiner collapses to his knees as the master's intense aura begins to dissipate. A sudden, rough, cough, cough sounds as the bald master apologizes for his lack of emotional control. Still recovering, the robed examiner expresses his own shock at the revelation while waving off the master's apology. A vision of glowing gemstones appears as the examiner reports Oknoti's strange habit of eating magical stones. Clasping his forehead, the master laments the tragic mental state Oknoti must be in after such harsh training. Looking distressed, the bald master asks the examiner to keep these tragic details hidden from the academy's higher-ups. The master vows to personally watch over Oknoti as the examiner listens with a contemplative expression. Closing his eyes, the bald master clasps his hands and offers a prayer for Oknoti to be at peace. Far away, Jonah sits at a desk under candlelight, diligently writing a formal report about the young lady. A close-up reveals the encrypted letter detailing Oknoti's dorm room and a warning to avoid a specific location. Jonah notes the lack of support requests from Oknoti, recognizing her handwriting with a look of subtle satisfaction. The monocle-wearing official wonders which professor will succumb to the charm of a foundation scholar this time. Amidst ominous silhouettes, Oknoti radiates a subtle light, representing a talent that professors simply cannot afford to ignore. Pinching his nose in stress, the official sighs over the Foundation's cruel plan to use students as hostages. A brown-haired student stands alone in a dimly lit hallway, clutching a thick book against his chest. Seated at his desk, the monocle-wearing man shakes his head in weary disapproval while reviewing a difficult report. Adjusting his monocle, the man focuses intently on a specific section of the document that requires his full attention. Oknoti walks with purpose through the academy halls, aware that she must handle her affairs quickly and independently. Resting his chin on his hand, the official contemplates finding a way to assist the young girl from afar. A warning note clearly instructs the reader to stay away from a specific door, marked with cryptic numbers. Holding her papers, Oknodi expresses surprise during the final week of waiting before the Academy's grand entrance ceremony. Oknodi suspects a memo was sent to her by mistake, but she decides it's far too late to care. Oknodi discovers the answering door, a secret location unknown even to the Academy's resident staff and officials. A curious tap sounds as Oknodi knocks on the wall, learning that the mysterious door actually responds back. Crossing her arms skeptically, Oknodi worries that interacting with the door might lead to more trouble than it's worth. A muscular, red-haired woman named Hestia sits somberly on her bed, identified as the story's first major boss. Hestia spends her term talking to the wall, eventually realizing that no one actually lives in the room next door. Driven insane by her berserker class, Hestia the Frenzied unleashes a violent rampage that causes several tragic student deaths. Radiating a golden aura, Oknodi proudly declares that a true veteran would never waste such a valuable asset. Holding a stack of books, Hestia looks at Oknodi with a bewildered expression, completely confused by her odd behavior. A blonde princess with red eyes gazes adoringly at Oknodi, her face framed by floating red hearts. The princess finds Oknodi irresistible, playfully poking her cheek while the blonde girl attempts to enjoy her meal. While Oknodi grumpily eats, the girls discuss how the princess of Florence Kingdom has taken a strong liking to her. A system notification provides deeper insight into Arcadia's personality, revealing her love for children and deep-seated inferiority complexes. Arcadia raises her fan in surprise, her eyes widening as she reacts to a sudden, unexpected piece of news. Arcadia playfully scolds Oknodi for her unrefined behavior, insisting that a noble young lady should always maintain proper etiquette. Oknodi's eyes widen with excitement as a new rare dish entry is officially added to her magic recipe book. A purple-eyed student joins the group, expressing her desire to discuss a serious matter with the girls during tea. While Arcadia laughs dismissively, the atmosphere remains tense as the students gather around the tea table to talk politics. The purple-dyed girl expresses her gratitude for Arcadia's kindness toward Oknodi, despite the complex political climate between them. Arcadia's expression becomes cold and serious as the conversation turns toward the activities of the Western Noble Alliance. Hiding her face behind her fan, Arcadia's eyes sharpen as she questions the motives of the central nobility students. Arcadia warns that a previous meeting failed because the Empire's people possess powerful weapons that their alliance currently lacks. Oknodi breaks into a nervous sweat as she learns that the Empire's weapons are far more dangerous than traditional blades. The discussion reveals the Empire's superior mana refinement and cultivation techniques, used for both physical and mental supremacy. While sipping tea, Oknodi is haunted by a vision of Hestia's inevitable awakening as a terrifying chapter boss. Arcadia sighs and promises to be more cautious, while Oknodi continues to focus intently on her cup of tea. Dismissing the worries, Arcadia playfully pinches Oknodi's cheek and tells her not to worry about the future conflicts. Oknodi's face is stretched comically by Arcadia, leaving the girls silently questioning if the princess can truly handle what's coming. A shimmering blue magic crystal is tossed into the air, reflecting a brilliant light as it spins through the room. Oknodi skips down the hall with a satisfied smile, feeling incredibly lucky to have secured such a valuable magical item. Oknodi ignores the judgmental whispers of those who call her vulgar, focused only on finding something good to eat. Oknodi stumbles upon a tense standoff in the hallway between students in formal uniforms and those in exercise tracksuits. The uniformed, noble students look down on the others, calling them vulgar for exposing bare skin in the cafeteria. The tracksuit-wearing students fire back, arguing that formal uniforms are only recommended by instructors, not made strictly mandatory. Sparks of hostility fly between the two leaders as they demand apologies for the insults thrown during their heated argument. A system notification labels the verbal conflict as a group competition event, catching Oknodi's attention as she watches nearby. Touching her chin thoughtfully, Oknodi carefully considers which side of the argument will offer her the greatest tactical advantage. Oknodi visualizes the powerful Empire students, deciding to side with them solely because their tier and strength are superior. Behind her hand, Oknodi lets out a scheming laugh, eager to use the conflict to build friendships with influential nobles. The tracksuit-wearing girl beams with joy, mistakenly believing Oknodi came to help her side, leaving the blonde girl stunned. The tracksuit-wearing student gasps in shock, questioning why Isabel has suddenly appeared at the scene. Close-up on Oknodi. She looks completely paralyzed with fear as sweat pours down her face. Still puzzled, the brown-haired girl tilts her head, trying to make sense of Oknodi's weird reaction. Suspecting ulterior motives, the student asks if Oknodi is only helping to steal the noble snacks. Oknodi frantically waves her hands, denying any interest in wine or elixirs, while a black-haired girl stares. The girl sighs and tells Oknodi she's free to side with the nobles if she truly wants. A terrifying, fiery aura erupts around the tracksuit girl as she threatens to ban Oknodi from her cooking. Oknodi collapses in despair when the girl promises to report her betrayal to Arcadia as well. Caught between two groups, Oknodi pouts and glances toward the tracksuit students with deep hesitation. A close-up reveals Oknodi's intense internal conflict as she stares ahead with shimmering blue eyes. Visionary memories of her friend's kindness and Arcadia's adoring face fill Oknodi with a sudden resolve. Oknodi boldly steps forward and shouts at the noble students, demanding they stop bullying her friends. Defending their honor, Oknodi argues that tracksuit outfits are perfectly acceptable for students who just finished training. The noble students recoil in frustration, their faces contorted as they are confronted by the girl's bluntness. The verbal spat escalates as the nobles sneer at barbaric outfits, while the athletes mock their stinking perfume. Oknodi stands frozen as a system notification confirms a group competition event has triggered, shifting everyone's affection. Sneering in disgust, the blonde noble dismisses everyone as lowlifes and leads her group away. The tracksuit students gather around Oknodi, their eyes shining with gratitude for her unexpected and brave defense. Overjoyed by the outcome, the group thanks Oknodi and offers to treat her to any food she desires. Oknodi looks up with wide, sparkly eyes, completely overwhelmed by the sudden influx of genuine friendship. The atmosphere becomes warm-hearting as the students pamper Oknodi, with one even gently patting her head. The group walks away in high spirits, leaving the grand hallway quiet and peaceful once again. Watching from the shadows, the bald master notes that the conflict resolved itself without his intervention. Folding his hands in a quiet prayer, the master reflects on how virtue always attracts good fortune. A shimmering system notification confirms that Oknodi's kind heart has successfully strengthened her social relationships. Oknodi continues her walk with the tracksuit student, her earlier panic replaced by a sense of calm. The bald master feels a sense of relief, seeing that Oknodi is successfully navigating the academy's social pressures. Accompanied by his attendant, the master moves on, hoping the peace lasts until the grand entrance ceremony. The sun begins to set over the academy buildings, casting long, golden shadows across the campus. Oknodi strolls through the empty hallway, confidently believing things will remain quiet for the time being. Suddenly, she stops in her tracks, her eyes widening as she senses an unsettling presence nearby. Peering into a dark room, Oknoti spots Hestia looking remarkably depressed and shrouded in a somber aura. Standing outside the dormitory rooms, Oknoti wonders why Hestia appears so deeply upset and alone. A sudden, chilling realization strikes Oknoti as the system warns that a 0.1 nightmare event has triggered. A terrifying vision of Hestia with glowing red eyes and a murderous aura flashes through Oknoti's mind. The system explains that Hestia's awakening as a chapter boss normally shouldn't occur until the midterm exams. Hestia sits despondently on her bed, her mental state rapidly deteriorating toward an early and violent awakening. Oknoti recalls that in this scenario, the bullying from other students triggers Hestia's internal collapse. Hestia mutters to the wall about being called ugly, her spirit breaking under the weight of constant insults. Oknoti clenches her chin in deep thought, realizing she must intervene before the bullying leads to tragedy. A vision of glowing, vengeful eyes fills the screen as Oknoti worries about the secret answering door. Determined to change the future, Oknoti rushes toward the room to stop the nightmare from unfolding. Radiating confidence, Oknoti prepares to use her veteran player knowledge to save the future chapter boss. Stopping just outside the door, Oknoti clears her throat to get the attention of the person inside. Rubbing her nose with a smug grin, Oknoti feels like an absolute genius for her plan. Oknoti leans in close to the wall, pressing her hand against it to listen for any response. A flat no echoes from the wall, catching Oknoti completely off guard and leaving her stunned. Oknoti recoils in shock, her eyes bugging out as she processes the unexpected and blunt rejection. The door speaks again, suggesting that Hestia should communicate more, further baffling the young blonde girl. Oknoti screams in horror as she realizes that even the answering door has its own affection system. Oknoti continues arguing with the tracksuit-wearing student, while a system notification reveals that the past exam booklet responds more to whoever interacts with it the most. In a swirling vortex of confusion, Oknoti screams in panic as she struggles to find a solution to her mounting problems. Under a warm forest canopy, Oknoti and Isabel walk together, their footsteps sounding a rhythmic crunch, crunch on the grass. Isabel suddenly stops and looks toward the brush, her purple eyes wide as she notices something unexpected hidden among the greenery. With a gasp of delight, Isabel reaches toward a cluster of rare, glowing rainbow mushrooms sprouting from the mossy forest floor. Showing off her find, Isabel excitedly describes the delicious risotto she could make, though Oknoti remains uncharacteristically silent. Isabel notices Oknoti's distant gaze and calls her name, causing the blonde girl to snap back to reality with a nervous sweat. Isabel grows concerned, noting that Oknoti is so preoccupied that even the mention of rare food doesn't excite her. Pausing their walk, Isabel asks if something is bothering her, while Oknoti rubs the back of her head sheepishly. Oknoti hesitates before asking Isabel for advice on how to build a closer relationship with someone she finds difficult to approach. The word sister pierces Isabel's heart with joy, causing a colorful burst of emotion as she reacts to the endearing title. Quickly regaining her composure, a glowing Isabel wipes away a tear of happiness, while Oknoti watches her weird behavior in confusion. Her mind racing, a blushing Isabel mistakenly wonders if Oknoti has developed a secret crush on someone at the academy. Oknoti remains focused on her goal of befriending the answering door, unaware that her efforts are causing Isabel to feel slightly neglected. Promising to keep the conversation private, Isabel smiles warmly and reassures Oaknody that she can trust her with any secret. Oaknody sighs, explaining that the person she wants to befriend is already very close to someone else, making it harder for her to intervene. Isabel offers a clever solution, suggesting that Oaknody should start by discussing the interests of that person's best friend to build rapport. Oaknody looks bewildered when Isabel mentions hiking as a bonding activity, her mind immediately realizing that a literal door cannot go on a hike. As Isabel continues suggesting fishing trips, Oaknody stares blankly, realizing that standard social advice simply won't work on a sentient piece of wood. Oaknody touches her chin thoughtfully, deciding that drawing interest through shared values is a far better tactical approach for saving Hestia. Cheerful once more, Oaknody thanks Sis Isabel for the advice and heads off, leaving the older girl standing in the glowing forest. Back at the academy, the light brown-haired man with a goatee closes his eyes as he reflects on his gathered information. Sitting in the grand hall, the man and Isabel discuss a mysterious student they both seem to be tracking. With a sharp, purple-eyed glare, the man reveals that his primary target is Miss Dorothy, a girl with a complex past. Isabel looks on in surprise as the man explains how he helped Dorothy pass into the advanced class during the trials. He recalls Dorothy's intense, green-eyed determination, noting that her stubborn persistence was the only remarkable trait she possessed back then. The man laments his poor judgment, realizing he completely overlooked the kind and pitiful nature that Oaknody sees in Dorothy. Isabel listens dejectedly as the man tells her not to be so hard on herself for missing the girl's true character. He explains that his deep knowledge of students' secrets is merely an occupational habit developed during his time as a dark merchant. Isabel recoils in horror as the man creepily mentions that Dorothy hasn't done her laundry in days, finding his level of surveillance unsettling. After their talk, Isabel decides to investigate Dorothy's situation more closely, her face set in a determined profile. Arcadia fans herself gracefully, her expression serene, as she prepares to discuss academy politics with her guest. During their tea, Arcadia explains that she once tried to recruit the girl with the bow to join forces against their rivals. A dark vision of Dorothy clutching her bow appears, reflecting her refusal to be near anyone following a traumatic betrayal. Arcadia shares that Dorothy's isolation stems from being betrayed by a childhood friend, a tragedy that shattered her trust in others. Isabel listens intently, realizing that the supposedly strict and difficult Dorothy is actually a victim of a deep personal hurt. Requesting a way to help, Isabel asks for the girl's room number, and Arcadia reveals that Dorothy is staying in room 120. Isabel thanks the princess and prepares to leave, while Arcadia offers a polite dismissal from her ornate table. As the sun sets, Isabel notices a young man in a white uniform standing nervously outside the girls' dormitory entrance. The man, Oaknody's teammate, rubs his neck in frustration, his face etched with worry as he lingers near the building. He remains paralyzed by indecision under the golden sky, clearly struggling with a heavy secret he hasn't dared to share. Isabel approaches him, her purple eyes questioning why a male student is loitering in front of the girl's residence so late. Recognizing him as Oaknody's teammate, Isabel watches as he looks down, his face shadowed by a somber and regretful expression. A vision of the boy alongside a reddish-haired girl flashes by, symbolizing the difficult choices made during their advancement trials. Crossing her arms, Isabel bluntly asks why he performed such a regrettable action if he was only going to feel guilty later. Clenching his fist, the boy defends his choice, arguing that it was better for at least one of them to pass than for everyone to fail. The boy's eyes widen in surprise as Isabel mentions she was already planning to visit Dorothy in the dormitory. Isabel offers to deliver a message for him, and the boy shamelessly pleads for her help despite his earlier betrayal. Under the fading sunset, the boy offers a faint, grateful smile as Isabel agrees to act as his messenger. Reaching the entrance, Isabel takes a deep breath and steps through the heavy arched door, ready to face the mystery inside. The sun sets behind a large academy dormitory, while a narrator credits Aknadi for her significant recent contributions. Isabel enters the room and mentions Aknodi's teammate, causing Dorothy to flinch as a click sounds from the door. Bathed in the warm glow of sunset, Isabel sits across from Dorothy to discuss the complicated feelings involving her team. A vision of the smiling, dark merchant appears, reminding Isabel that he warned her about Dorothy's neglected laundry habits. Isabel stares at a massive pile of dirty clothes, her silence confirming that the merchant's surveillance was disturbingly accurate. Dorothy looks down despondently while discussing her low score from tagging the Black Hat instructor during their recent trials. Dorothy recalls the instructor's smug smile, realizing his points were accumulating from the very start of the grueling exam. Despite her penalties, Dorothy explains her refusal to give up, leaving Isabel to wonder if Aknodi anticipated this outcome. A shimmering vision of Aknodi appears, her blonde hair glowing against a pink background as she looks back kindly. Touched by the realization that Aknodi truly worried about them, Isabel clutches her chest with a deeply emotional expression. Isabel clarifies that her visit is actually to ask a favor, catching the exhausted Dorothy completely off guard. Dorothy sits firmly on her bed, her green eyes reflecting a cold determination never to forgive the person who betrayed her. Crossing her arms, Isabel agrees that it is only natural to refuse trust to someone who has already broken it once. Isabel reveals the true reason for her visit. Aknodi specifically spoke about wanting to become friends with Dorothy. Startled into a wide-eyed chibi expression, Dorothy reacts with pure disbelief at the idea of Aknodi seeking her friendship. Isabel laughs at the awkward misunderstanding, while Dorothy frantically asks if she has been mistaken for someone else. Apologizing for wasting her time, Isabel turns to leave, but Dorothy urgently calls out for her to stop and stay. Lunging forward with wide eyes, Dorothy insists on hearing the rest of the story before Isabel can walk away. Dorothy rubs her chin thoughtfully, processing the news that Aknodi is actively trying to get closer to someone new. Isabel suggests that the person Aknodi mentioned might be Dorothy's next-door neighbor, leaving both girls looking quite confused. Dorothy mentions hearing the whispers of other residents regarding the mysterious occupants of rooms 111 and 112. Isabel leans in with intense curiosity, eager to hear the latest dormitory gossip from the surprisingly observant Dorothy. Dorothy explains her habit of secretly watching others, flashing back to herself hiding behind a vase to observe students. While Dorothy feels slightly embarrassed by her eavesdropping, Isabel stares blankly, finding the revelation more than a little creepy. Isabel rests her chin on her hand, pondering the strange identity of the neighbor Aknodi is so focused on. A sudden creak sounds as a beastfolk girl with cat ears peeks into the room, looking absolutely baffled. Startled by the intruder, Isabel introduces herself to the purple-furred girl while trying to maintain her composure. The beastfolk girl gestures casually, explaining that asking certain questions directly can lead to very awkward social situations. Giving a confident thumbs up, the cat girl bluntly states that the conversations between Aknodi and the wall don't connect. The beastfolk girl mocks the lonely outcasts, while a horrified Isabel realizes Aknodi is actually talking to the wall. A memory of the Academy group appears, contrasting Aknodi's bright social potential with her current bizarre behavior. A ghostly soul escapes Isabel's mouth as she collapses in despair, fearing Aknodi has developed an imaginary friend. With tears streaming down her face, Isabel screams Oknodi's name into the sunset, mourning her friend's lost sanity.
Isabel's eyes widen in shock as she processes the absurdity of her friend attempting to befriend a literal door.
The beastful girl tilts her head, questioning how Isabel even discovered the strange habit of Aknodi talking to herself. Posing cutely amidst sparkles, the beastfolk girl explains that scouting her surroundings is simply basic preparation for any emergency. Peeking through the door with a sharp glint in her eye, the cat girl leaves Isabel feeling deeply unsettled. Oknodi glares with intense focus, realizing that the sentient door is far more troublesome than she originally anticipated. Forcing a grin while anger veins pop on her head, Oknodi asks the door to reveal its affection-raising item. A hand slams against the wall as a speech bubble from the wood bluntly rejects Aknodi's knowledge of game mechanics. Aknodi slams her hand against the wall in a fit of rage, demanding to know what the door actually wants. An ominous invitation to come visit my house appears on the wall, leaving Aknodi looking absolutely stunned and speechless. Staring at the blank wall, a bewildered Oknodi tries to make sense of the door's bizarre and unsettling request. Aknodi stares with a flat, unimpressed expression, realizing the door is essentially asking her to step inside the wall. A translucent girl emerges from the wall, illustrating the terrifying reality that the door's house is a soul-trapping prison. Trembling with a mix of fear and anger, Oknodi credits her veteran player knowledge for avoiding the door's deadly trap. A mysterious, muscular figure with long reddish hair leans against the wall in the shadows, asking for friendship. Isabel calls out to Oknodi in the busy hallway, causing the blonde girl to stop and turn toward her voice. Oknodi looks back with a nervous sweat, her blue eyes wide as she is interrupted from her private, stressful thoughts. A crowd of students in tracksuits gathers around a notice, whispering in excitement and confusion about a sudden announcement. Isabel and Oknodi notice a commotion nearby, realizing a fight has broken out among the other academy students. Oknodi dashes toward the noise with excitement, leaving Isabel to sigh at her friend's predictable love for drama. Stuck behind a wall of tall students, Oknodi frustratedly realizes her height prevents her from seeing any of the action. Suddenly, hands grab Oknodi's waist, startling the small blonde girl as she is abruptly hoisted upward by an unseen force. Isabel has placed Oknodi on her shoulders, warning her to stay still while Oknodi cheers in pure delight. Oknodi's eyes widen in amazement as she spots someone with impressively massive muscles standing in the center of the crowd. The muscular, red-haired Hestia stands surrounded by students, her expression somber as she faces a group of mocking peers. Two girls mock Hestia's physique, comparing her to a gorilla, while a horrified Oknodi anticipates a violent outburst. A system notification warns that the bullied Hestia might snap and tear someone apart if her anger peaks further. Refusing to let a potential main boss be bullied, Oknodi rushes forward as a prompt asks for her intervention. Oknodi heroically shields Hestia, frustrated that her efforts to raise affection were spent on a wall instead of people. Hestia stares down in utter shock at the small blonde girl who has suddenly stepped in to defend her. With her arms wide, Oknodi boldly confronts the bullies, her face set in a determined and protective scowl. Oknodi berates the bullies for their shallow judgment, while the brown-haired girl reacts with indignant surprise at the shorty. A sneering girl mocks Oknodi's credentials, laughing at the idea of a child being the A group's top scorer. Enraged, Hestia releases a dark red aura, demanding the bullies get lost before she loses her remaining patience. The bully remains unimpressed, mockingly asking why Hestia is trying to act tough in front of a mere child. Insults fly as the bully calls Hestia a barbarian, causing the muscular girl's anger to reach a dangerous boiling point. Oknodi steps between the rivals, demanding everyone stop and catching the furious Hestia completely off guard. Oknodi delivers a sharp insult regarding their upbringing, leaving the bullies and the surrounding crowd speechless with shock. Trembling with fury, the lead bully demands to know if Oknodi is truly prepared for the consequences of her words. A lackey calls for Miss Lotto to retaliate, as the brown-haired girl turns away with a vengeful expression. A short-haired girl named Lotto steps forward in a sleek red suit, exuding a confident and dangerous martial artist aura. Lotto demonstrates her prowess with a lightning-fast high kick, a sharp whoosh sounding as her foot cuts through the air. Hestia looks on in shock, while Oknodi remains hilariously unimpressed, her face a mask of bored, flat indifference. Boasting of her professional combat training, Lotto warns that sparring with her will result in a world of physical pain. Hestia offers to take the challenge herself, but Oknodi calmly reassures her that she can handle the situation alone. Flashing a confident thumbs up, Oknodi reminds everyone that she didn't become the top scorer by sheer luck. Oknodi challenges Lotto to a duel in the training arena, leaving Hestia stunned by her friend's sudden boldness. With cold, glowing blue eyes, Oknodi accepts the challenge, while Lotto stares back with a grim and determined scowl. Both girls exchange menacing glares, their dark auras clashing as they vow to make the other regret this confrontation. Hestia watches Oknodi with a complicated expression, her purple eyes reflecting a mix of worry and newfound respect. Word of the high-stakes match between the top scorer and the martial artist Lotto spreads like wildfire through the academy. Oknodi and Lotto face off in the center of the training arena, surrounded by a wall of expectant students. Students in the stands murmur in excitement, eager to witness the unusual spectacle unfolding before their eyes. The crowd cheers for Oknodi, who looks bewildered by the positive attention that contradicts her memories of the original game. Okanadi's teammates, including the monkey-like Sun Oh-chun, greet a surprised Isabel as she arrives at the arena. Sun Oh-chun grumbles that Oknodi didn't want them intervening while she handles the arrogant empire nobles herself. Isabel's eyes widen in sheer disbelief as she tries to process the chaotic situation her blonde friend has created. While the teammates joke about Sun Oh-chun's jealousy, a worried Isabel asks if they aren't concerned for Oknodi's safety. Sun Oh-chun gives a confident smirk, assuring Isabel that Oknodi's true strength is far beyond anyone's wildest imagination. Smirking with a dark and menacing aura, Oknodi prepares for battle, her true and terrifying power beginning to surface.